On the line. The broadcast is now starting. All attendees are in listen-only mode.
Hi, everyone. We're in our regular session for our March 2nd Lodi Unified School Board meeting. And before we go into closed session, is there anybody who wishes to address the board?
Yes, we have one public comment.
Okay.
Michelle Oregon.
Hi, Michelle.
Michelle, you seem to be self-muted.
Can you hear me now? All right. Good evening, President Freitas, members of the board. As you go into closed session tonight, I'd like to speak to you about 2 points. First would be with regards to negotiations. Leah is happy to see our local numbers coming down with COVID, and we are very appreciative of the organization of San Joaquin County Office of Ed working with the district to get teachers vaccinated. I think I told you last time how smooth it was. I know that some of you were able to get the vaccines, and we really appreciate the ease of that registration and allowing members to go during the day. We hope that as you talk about negotiations, that you remember where we've been for the last couple of years with 1920 and how teachers have kind of lost trust in some of the things that have been said in the past. And we hope that you hold your word with all of the safety items and plans, that you make sure there are no shortcuts and you hold everyone accountable to the safety plans that have been rolled out and discussed in MOUs for all bargaining units. And we have been thankful to hear during our safety meetings that we are going to be working on testing once we return on site. And we hope that there is more emphasis placed on making sure that the symptom screeners are completed as the district keeps track of where any outbreaks are, that so we still have members saying that their administrators are telling them it is optional. So we just hope that it would be a loud voice that this is something we need to do to keep everyone safe. As you look at the superintendent's evaluation, we once again, as it appears tonight on the agenda, and we want to share with you, we are still frustrated over the communication. That communication seems to be going out and not including teachers before it goes out. So this is very important to the association that we have conversations before things are sprung as a surprise on teachers. Thank you for your time tonight.
Very good. Thank you, Michelle. Ms. Armstrong, is there anybody else?
No further comments.
All right, then we will adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Dr. Washer. He can go into his evil lair.
Everybody's here, they're just in the office.
Right? Ariana, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. And Sydney, welcome to our meeting.
Hello.
There's some Feathersons in law enforcement. You wouldn't have to be related to any of those, would you?
Yes, I am.
Uh-huh. Tell your mom and dad hi. Tell them Ron says hi.
I will.
Uh-huh. Are they staring at you now?
Yes, they are.
Uh-huh. Very good. How's your sister doing?
She's good.
Yeah? She playing ball?
Not anymore. She's working.
Uh-huh. Very nice. Well, glad you can make it tonight. DJ, give me the green light when you're ready to go.
Okay, is everyone ready? Yeah, we're live. We're good to go.
Very good. Well, thank you, everyone. We apologize for a little bit of a delay, but we're ready to start our March 2nd meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone here. We are all present, and Mr. Knackstead is joining us via the Zoom. We're also very lucky to have our two student reps. So welcome, student reps. From Tokay High School, we have Ariana Galvan. Hi, Ariana.
Hi.
Very good. And filling in for our usual representative, William Machado, is the vice president of the student body, and that's Sydney Featherston. Hi, Sydney.
Hello.
Hi. We're looking forward to both of your reports here. Sydney, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance to
to
the flag
of the
of the
United
United
States
States of America and
and
to the republic
for
for
which
which
it
it stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
to liberty
liberty.
and justice for all.
Thank you, Sydney. That's a very nice job. As always, we are helped by our moderator. That's our executive board assistant to the board, and that's Ms. Michelle Armstrong. And we are very grateful to have her. And tonight we are joined by our IT tech extraordinaire, DJ. So thank you, DJ, for running the show tonight. Very much appreciated. We have a report from closed session. In the matter of non-public placement for new students, Mr. Neely motion and Mr. Heberly second, and the board approved the placement of 2020 through 21 non-public school new student number 60 by the vote of 6-1, and the one abstention is Mr. Porter. Also in closed session with regard to personnel matters, Mr. Heberly motion and Mr. Porter second, and the board approved the appointment of Saeed Shah as Director 3 for payroll effective at a date to be determined, and that was unanimous. And that is all we have to report from closed session at this time. Moving on with our agenda, we now have the superintendent's report. Dr. Washer.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas, members of the board. I want to share with you our update on esports. You remember that we are the forefront in esports when we started this, and I want to recognize Edith Holbert and Jeff Palmquist and the Tokay staff, Eric and his team, for being the first to do this. We are well into it now. The 2020 Central California Esports League Fall Exhibition was exciting. It culminated in an action-packed playoff round where Bear Creek upset second place Tokay High to take second and go on to the championship against McNair. The playoffs and the championship were best of 3 matches. The championships were held on January 23. McNair and Bear Creek played 3 matches. It was a close one, neck and neck, with McNair barely pulling off the win to remain the league champs for League of Legends. The spring season starts on March 4th. We are pleased to announce the program continues to grow. The spring season will see the addition of teams from other districts, and we are looking forward to adding teams from Stanislaus and Sacramento County to join us in the fall. Have a couple pictures to show you. We have schools doing some very creative things with student and family engagement with family nights. This is Woodbridge School. See if we can get a picture up. Woodbridge School hosted a virtual open house and family STEM night on February 25th. Students and families were invited to take part in 5 learning activities and then join John Collins, the paper airplane guy, for a paper airplane demonstration and tutorial. And you can see, hopefully you noticed in the first picture there, a familiar face. We had board member Susan McFarland join as well, learning how to make airplanes. Also want to thank Joe Cerna Junior Charter School for inviting me back for a second round of cookie decorating with their families. Thank the PTA for putting that together. We had a lot of fun with their students and families decorating spring cookies. Want to give you an update on our county tier information. I know that that is something that we are very concerned about and interested in, as well as our community. As you know, there are 3 metrics that are used to determine tier status. All 3 of those metrics must be met in order to change to a different tier, and they must be met for 2 weeks. At this point, the new information comes out on Tuesdays. At this point, the adjusted case rate for San Joaquin County is 11.6, which still falls into the purple numbers. The positivity rate is 5, which falls into the red numbers. And the health equity is 6.9, which also falls into the red. So our county has met red for 2 of the metrics, but not the 3rd one. And we need all 3 for 2 weeks. So it's getting closer. Numbers are dropping quickly, as you've noticed, I'm sure. So we are hopeful that things will improve in the near future. Want to give you a vaccination update. I want to thank Dr. Maggie Park, our county public health officer. She has been diligent in her efforts to secure vaccinations for all educators in the county. This was not an easy task, and we thank her and her staff for her efforts in doing that. I also want to thank the County Office of Education, and in particular, Jane Steinkamp, Assistant Superintendent, for chairing their efforts. It was an amazing implementation of a very large effort under very short timeline to put together. So thank you to them. As of March 2nd, 1,970 Lodi Unified District employees received a vaccination. There is another day tomorrow for the first round of vaccination, so hopefully more of our staff will be going tomorrow. The second rounds start next week. As you know, there is a new grant program in the works for in-person instruction. The governor and the legislative leaders, we understand, have reached an agreement. There is scheduled to be a vote Thursday. The governor is anticipated to sign on Friday. So hopefully something will be definite that we will know by Friday afternoon. This new grant program provides funds for districts who are doing in-person instruction, and the in-person instruction needs to start by March 31st in order to receive the full funding. There's different regulations in terms of which grade levels can start based on tier status or level of tier status. And we will get all that information out as soon as it is final. Just one last thing on that. There is a final date of May 15th. And if things aren't met by then all funding is lost regardless of anything else. So we are hopeful that this will bring funds for the in-person instruction. We'll take a close look at it. It just came out, and as we said, it's not final yet, but as soon as it is, I know that you will be looking forward to hearing more information about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Washer, for that report again, and let's get our kids back in school, no matter what it takes. And
Mr. Freitas, point of
yes.
privilege? Point
Yes.
of privilege? Looking at tonight's agenda, I noticed the board comments are down way at the bottom. I'd like to have them move back to their normal spot. I think it's important for the board to be able to express themselves early in the meeting so that the viewers that maybe have to go to bed or have work tomorrow are able to hear from the board on the various activities they're doing within the district. I would like to see them move back to their original spot, and I enjoy hearing from them as well at the appropriate position. I need to know that they would come in towards the end where the superintendent reports. I believe, is that correct?
Actually, Mr. Porter, I appreciate those comments, and we can't do that tonight. When I started on the board, and for the vast majority of the time I was on the board, they were at the end of the meeting. And I think only recently in the last few years, they were moved up at that time. But let me take that in consideration. I appreciate you bringing that up to me.
Well, it's
this
a point
is
of
the first I've heard about it, and I do appreciate your
Well,
information.
it is a point of privilege. So following Robert's Rules of Order, we could take it up as a motion.
Very good. All right. But we do have an agenda that we have to get to right now, and let us get to our agenda. But thank you very much for those comments. Dr. Washer, I would like to point out, though, your superintendent's report, once again, I hate to say this for the second meeting in a row, is incomplete. And that's because you did not recognize the amazing job that Lodi Unified did in recognizing Black History Month. I got to tell you, I saw a lot of presentations on Black History Month, and none compared to what staff did with that. I learned about historic Black colleges and universities and the opportunities that they created. I learned about redlining, which was a practice where lenders made it impossible for African Americans to buy in certain neighborhoods by preventing loans to those individuals. I learned about opportunities such as the Green Book, where African Americans were learned how to tour across the United States and find friendly organizations. I also learned about Juneteenth, which obviously is so important of a date, and was reaffirmed about that freeing of the slaves. And the recognizing Shirley Chisholm, and having actually grown up and realizing that she was the first woman, African-American woman, elected to Congress, and then to carry on and to run for the presidency in the 70s was absolutely amazing. But there were many speakers from our district that did an amazing job with this, and their message came out very clear. We don't have Black History Month. We should have Black History 365 days a year. And it's not Black history, it's also American history. And I'm very, very proud that one of the schools in my district, Area 6, Ronald McNair High School, is named after an African American man, and that Lodi chooses to honor his accomplishments. We had 14 speakers, and I'm going to name them all, and you can watch them all on the Facebook, and I very much appreciate them sharing their story and their history with them. And I don't think they're in any alphabetical order, but or any order of this, but I'd like to thank all the Lodi individuals that participated, and that's Aisha Bryce, Alicia Freeman, Annette Robert Murray, Carmelita Goldsby, Doris Elmore, James Frazier, Lenice Gaines, Maria Mack, Melissa Thompson, Ronaldo A.P. Shackelford, Shante Shorter, Chantel Castillo, Yasmin Herrera, and our board favorite, Dr. Alan Dotsey. Thank you to each and every one of you. And Dr. Washer, could you make it possible to see that each one of those individuals, for their contribution to the district and for Black History Month, receive the President's Award? And we'll see that that goes on. And I greatly appreciate everyone for the contribution. And You had someone, I think, involved in this in the district. Will you thank whoever put this on? Oh, wait, it was Chelsea, wasn't it? So anyway, so once again, thank you, Chelsea, and thank you for your staff for the outstanding job on Black History Month, and it's greatly appreciated. Moving on to the agenda, we next have the President's Award, and tonight's President's Award follows what we notice on January 9th is Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. We were unable to meet on that day, but we would like to recognize our SROs as recipients of tonight's President's Award and for the great job that they do. We have with us from the Lodi Police Department on the line, Chief Sierra Bruscia and Lieutenant Eric Bierstier, who is the SRO supervisor. We also have from the Stockton Police Department, representing Chief Eric Jones, Assistant Chief Jim Carrasca, and President of the Police Officers Association for the Stockton Police Department, Officer Sergeant Charles Harris. From the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, we have Sheriff Pat Withrow, and President of the San Joaquin County Deputy Sheriff's Association, also on the line tonight, is Deputy Dave Lacombe. Recognizing tonight are our SROs, and there's 7 of them. From Lodi Police Department, we have Officer Brandon Harrow, Officer Hetty Stillman, Officer James Landis, and Officer Nick Weldon. From the Stockton Police Department, we have Officer Israel Camarena, Officer Sylvia Perez, and Officer Garrett Robershaw. And from the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office, we have Sheriff Frank Mayer. So, in no special order, do we have Sheriff Withrow on the line?
Yeah, can you hear me, Ron?
I sure can, Sheriff. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Thank you for honoring Deputy Mayor. He's absolutely amazing.
Could you tell us a little bit about how education works with your goals as Sheriff of San Joaquin County?
Well, as I've always believed and I've been fighting for is that, you know, the changes that need to come in our country are going to start with our youth, as we all know. And that starts with their safety and their ability to reach and have the opportunity to have a good education, a fair education. And our goal at the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office is to engage with children from a very young age so that they can grow up and understand law enforcement, create a relationship with law enforcement, and build that trust and mutual respect for each other. So that as they get older, hopefully they'll go on to become productive citizens and maybe even come work for our department and or other departments in our area. So we're here to make sure that they and their families and our teachers and everyone that works at our schools stay safe. And our SROs and SRDs are a vital part of that, working closely with your staff and everyone at the school. And it's just an honor to be part of that.
Well, I got to tell you, Sheriff, I was making some notes, and I thank you for those comments. You know, what Frank does is absolutely amazing, and what they all do. And if you think it's the many different hats that they have to wear, at times they have to be a teacher, they have to be a counselor, they have to be a friend, they have to be a role model. They work with children, but they also have to be trained in de-escalation, mental health crisis. They're first responders, they're mandatory reporters, so they create a safe haven for so many of our youth, and trained in victim advocacy. So, and make no mistake about it, they absolutely will defend our children and our teachers and our Lodi family with their lives, push comes to shove. So we greatly appreciate everything that Frank does.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you for honoring him tonight. It means so much for the public to to see what great men and women work to protect our students and our teachers and their families at home. The school, their work doesn't just stop there at the curb. You know, they go home and make sure that everybody is safe and has what they need at home also. So thank you so much for honoring them tonight.
Thank you, Sheriff. Assistant Chief Kraska, Jim, are you there? DJ, we got him? Jim?
Yeah, Ron,
Yeah,
you got me?
I do have you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Hey,
Thanks. Right.
our understanding is that your SROs, Israel Camarena, Sylvia Perez, and Gary Robershaw, Israel has a very unique history. Are you aware of that, of why he became an SRO?
I'm not.
Okay.
Does he have a history of relationship with the prior SRO?
No, actually, he was one of the students at Cleveland School at the time of that shooting.
Oh,
And I
wow.
think that inspired him into law enforcement. We greatly appreciate having him. We know that he does a great job. What does Stockton Police Department believe is the importance of having SROs on our campuses?
Yeah, I know the sheriff covered a lot of it. For me, or for us, it's kind of simpler in the sense that it's just that interaction, and it's the interaction that's not taking place when we're normally called, right? Which was a heightened situation where the family's stressed out or a traffic stop. There's a lot of negativity surrounding those circumstances, and this provides a perfect time for us to have a positive interaction, to be seen as human beings, to interact as one, and not really have that adversarial side to it.
Well, it is really great to have them and have the great hats that they wear. One of my schools, McNair, brags quite a bit about Katie Goodwin. When she was their SRO during the Bank of the West shooting, she was one of the very first on scene at the bank robbery that ultimately held city siege for over an hour and a half. So it just goes to show how many different hats they wear.
Thank you for recognizing our folks, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim. Chief Brusha, are you there? Sierra?
There, can you hear me, Ron?
Loud and clear. How are you
How are you
tonight?
doing this evening? Well, we're doing great.
Now, it's my understanding that to be an SRO, no one is assigned to that position, that it is a voluntary position. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. All of our SROs applied for the position and wanted to work in the schools when they were selected.
Well, and I know two of them at least, Nick and Hetty, were my detectives for many years, and I greatly appreciate them being on the campuses and the great job that they do.
No, they have a tremendous amount of passion for the job that they do. They love interacting with the staff, the faculty, and of course the students, and they're very proud to be on those campuses.
All right. And I think one of the things that we might want to point out too is that you give us 4 SROs for the price of 2. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And we're very much looking forward to getting back on campus and having all 4 of our SROs back on your campuses and helping out. You know, it's been a really good partnership that we've had with the school district that dates back into the very early 90s, where we've actually had school resource officers on campus. And you may or may not have known, but both myself and my wife were SROs at Lodi High at one point in our careers.
I did know that, but anyway, in addition to being my gang detective, which I also very much appreciate. Well, I can't thank you all for coming here tonight, joining our meeting, and for the help that you give and the help you give our kids. So, and thank you for honoring these 7 individuals for all the hard work that they do. I'll open it to the board. Did the board have any comments? Mr. Heberly, you have quite a bit of experience with law enforcement. So
Yes, I do, but let me specify its positive experiences with the law enforcement. Um, yeah, in my years as a firefighter, we worked very closely with law enforcement. And for a while, I was on the arson investigation team, which we used uh, a joint team with the Lodi Police Department, and it was really amazing to see them work. I am a real supporter of law enforcement and law enforcement on our campuses. I think it's really not just a safety consideration, but like it was stated earlier, it is a positive interaction with the kids. So I am a supporter. I appreciate what they do, and let's stay together and cooperate. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberly. Any other comments from the board? Yes, Vice President McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. I just want to thank all the presence of law enforcement on our campuses. I also am a supporter, and I like the interaction with the students in a positive manner. And we are fortunate that they continue to want to work with Lodi Unified and be a presence on our campuses. So thank you.
Well, and I guess I know my age. I worked with Brandon Harrell's father. He's the one who trained me when I was a baby DA over in Stockton. So it is coming full circle. But do any of the SROs, would they like to pipe in? Maybe Israel, a little bit about your story? DJ, do you see anybody?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you again for having us. I wanted to say how appreciative I am for the opportunity to work with the staff at Bear Creek, as well as the other staff throughout Lodi Unified and all the other schools that we work with as well. It's been a tremendous opportunity, very eye-opening to work with all of our students. We see the good, the bad, the ugly, the everything in between, and it's truly been a blessing to be able to work with these kids and reach them some of them at their lowest points, others to be able to share with them in their accomplishments at their highest points, including up into graduation, as well as obtaining career type jobs that they've obtained in the future. So I'm looking forward to the continued progress with the students. Can't wait, super excited for them to get back to campus so we can begin to interact again and have some positive outcomes once again.
Very good. Thank you, Israel. Gary?
Yeah, I just want to say,
Connect.
come on, okay, hold on. We talk a lot about locks and cameras and fences, and those items are important, of course, but nothing and never will replace the actual officers working on our sites and working with our staff and students. So again, thanks for what you guys are doing.
Thank you, Mr. Knackstead. Any other comments from the board? Any other comments from the recipients?
Hey, Ron, this is Sierra again.
Yeah.
I just want to take a moment to kind of echo the comments that came from the sheriff and Officer Camarena. That interaction between the children and the officers is really serves more than just an educational and a community partnership need. It really does help in the law enforcement aspect as well. We've been a partner with your school district for a number of years, running the GREAT program, the Gang Resistance Education and Training Program on your different campuses. And it really gives us the opportunity to interact with those children and teach them, life skills and decision-making skills. And one thing that we don't often highlight with the law enforcement component is there's a stat out there that up to 70% of the prison population reads at a third grade level or below. And, just by increasing the educational outreach to our children and getting them through high school could really have a drastic and positive impact on the crime rates, in our community. And I think that's something that we often forget. So thank you for taking the time to recognize our officers, our school resource officers, and the work that they do in the schools.
Chief, I couldn't thank you more and echo you more, especially our kids. When you think of the challenges they face, that 70% are children of poverty, 30% English learners, they need a safe, secure learning environment. And I think together we do that. And we all know that there's so many different ways of getting these kids to graduate and making them successful members of society. And there's without a doubt, your officers make a big difference in making sure that that happens. And I brag that per capita, our campuses are the safest place in our communities. And that is so important that kids have a safe place that they know they can come and learn and achieve. So thank you very much for those comments. Any other comments from the SROs? DJ? Anyone try to log in?
I didn't see anyone raising their hands.
All right, going. Well, thank you very much, and I thank the board for letting me do this. If the
Mr.
board
Vice.
is, yes.
Sorry, we have Hetty on the line.
Oh, I was hoping Hetty would say something. Hi, Hetty. Hetty, you there? There you go.
Hi, sorry about that, technical difficulties. I just wanted to say thank you so much. We appreciate the opportunity to be on your campuses and serve. And I can't tell you how amazing it's been to be a part of the LSU, the Lodi Unified School District family, and the Tokay family, the Lodi High family. Just all of the schools have been amazing, and we love the interaction with the kids. And I just want to say thank you for recognizing us, and thank you for having us be a part of your family and the kids' lives. And that's just important for us. And it's important for me to, it's pretty amazing to be recognized. So I just want to say thank you so much, and we appreciate it.
Well, if you ever want to know where Hetty is at Tokay, look for the big crowd, because that's how popular she is over there. And that's the difference she makes in our children's lives. So thank you very much for those comments.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Porter, all right, we have one more?
We also have Mr. Robert Shaw.
Mr. Robert Shaw. Go ahead. Welcome to our meeting.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'm not going to, beat a dead horse too bad about how much we really do appreciate this, but I'm a relatively new SRO within the last few months. I'm over there at McNair. Just wanted to make sure that I did echo to you guys that this is, especially in today's age, it means so very much to us to feel the backing of our community, and especially from our educators, where we're going to be working in partnership with to mold our next generation, our future leaders. And I really did want to reach out to you guys, because it really did mean a lot to hear from the board and know that you guys appreciated our service.
Well, I'm not going to say that I have a favorite high school, but I will point out that McNair is in my Area 6, Officer Robert Shaw. So I think you're going to do a great job over there, and you have a great team over there to work with. So congratulations, and thank you for your comments tonight.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
All right. DJ, does that finish that piece?
That's all I saw.
Very good. Thank you, DJ. Mr. Porter suggested that we advance board comments in this meeting, and I appreciate letting me finish that section. I had a bunch of people that were on the line. Would you like to take board comments now, or should we take them after the comments from student representatives?
I say after students.
After students?
I'll second that.
Okay, it's not even a formal motion, just take some head nodding. Students first? Yes, Mr. Nava? Okay. Comments from student representatives: Ariana Galvan, Tokay High School, and Vice President Sydney Featherston from Lodi High School. We know who's going to go first. All right. How about Ariana?
Okay.
How are things at Tokay?
It's going good. Thank you guys for having me here again. I want to start off with our activities. This past week, I don't know if many people knew, but it was FFA week, which is every year in our FFA program and our teachers set up a virtual spirit week for us, for everyone to participate in. And they also held their monthly board meeting as well as a student versus staff trivia night. And the staff ended up winning that game. And it was really fun for students to be able to enjoy that and be able to like communicate with teachers on Zoom. And it was really fun for them. Also, our yearbook has been working really fast this year to getting our yearbook done, and everything's been running really smoothly, which is really good news because last year was very difficult for them to get everything finished, and they've been really on top of their game this year. As for student government, this last week, past couple of weeks, our senior class president, Natalie Nord, has been working to design our senior shirts, and we came up with this amazing design. And I want to thank Chris Berry at the district print shop. He always is super on it whenever we ask for anything, and he designed our senior shirts for us, and they're officially finished. And thank you to Tammy Foley as well in our office. She helps us with that every year and all of like the senior activities that we have. So we're going to be passing out our senior shirts very soon. Periodically, our student government class, we send out like encouraging emails to all of our students on campus. So we each have a group of students and we check in with them like every couple of weeks, and we make sure like they're staying up to date on everything. And this past week, we actually did it for staff members instead. We think it's very important to make sure that we're checking in with our teachers as well. They check in with us every single day. So we sent out emails to some of our old teachers or staff members that we don't really get to talk too much. So I was able to thank some of my old AVID teachers and thank some of our counselors on campus that have been really helping out with a lot of students this year. And I got really great feedback from that. All of the teachers that got those emails were really happy to be able to hear from their old students. Some events that have been happening too is our link crew has done an amazing job with keeping our freshmen informed this year. They don't really get to experience much of like high school in their first year, which is super important. My freshman year was amazing, so it sucks that they don't get to really enjoy any of that. But they check in with them weekly and make sure that they're doing okay, making sure that they're still experiencing somewhat, even when it's virtual. And Mr. Lohr is working to get the school pictures done for all of our underclassmen. We had our senior portraits taken, so next step is going to be getting the freshmen through juniors, getting their pictures done as well. And some recognitions is a sober grad night is like a really big thing for seniors, obviously, and we have a really great group of moms working right now to get us some fundraisers happening. So thank you to all of those moms. They have been doing amazing and they're getting it done really quickly. To add on is sports starting back up. Football got great news today. The numbers are starting to go down. I think they're at like 11 cases, I want to say, if I'm correct. The football players are stoked about that, and I'm super stoked for them. They've been working really hard and they've been conditioning, and they're finally getting able to like get their groove back on. So I'm really excited for them. And a lot of our sports have started their conditioning. I just had my first conditioning practice last week for my wrestling team, and it was amazing to be able to like see some of my teammates and coaches. The smiles on our faces were incredible. So I'm really glad that we were able to get that done. Track had their first meet as well this past week, and swim is every Friday, and they have been doing amazing too. And lastly, I just want to bring up again if there was any update on prom. I had mentioned it at the last board meeting and was wondering if there was any updates, if you guys have any idea if that's something that we can do or if there's any way we can get that done this year. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Ariana. I think we're still in the purple, and the answer to your question is we got to get out of the purple. So let's get out of the purple. Everyone wash their hands, wear their masks, and stay safe. But anyway, very nice report. Sydney, how are things at Lodi High?
They're doing pretty good. So as far as school activities go, tomorrow, March 3rd, we actually have our blood drive, which is at Vinewood Church, and it looks like it's going to be pretty successful. And then the construction at Lodi High is looking really good, and I'm really happy to see how it's turning out. I think it'll be really nice for the incoming classes. As far as student government goes, this last week we were able to read children books to elementary schools virtually through Flipgrid, and our class really enjoyed doing that, and it was really enjoyable, and we were happy to know that we could make little kids' days by reading them books. As far as performance goes, we are excited for the possible return to school, and we are more than ready for it. We are getting tired of Zoom, but we are still working through it, and we're doing the best we can being virtual. For accomplishments, we were just able to submit our senior quotes, which was really exciting. We were also able to start conditioning for some sports, and then other sports were able to start up with playing other schools, such as swim, track, and golf, which was really exciting. We're getting back to some normalcy, which is nice. And then for upcoming events, we are happy, or I'm happy to say that the vaccinations for the teachers are going very well, and that that's leading to us possibly returning to school, which is really exciting. But as far as that goes, that's pretty much it for Lodi. But we're doing pretty good, and yeah.
Sydney, you ready for distance learning to be over?
Yes, more than ready.
Very nice. Sydney, we don't know much about you. So usually we have our student reps tell us a little bit about what they like, what their ambitions are, if they want to go to college and career. Well, fill us in.
Okay, well, I'm Sydney Featherston, and I like to play softball, which I am doing right now, which is really exciting. My intentions after I graduate is to go to Delta for 2 years, save up some money, and then go to UNR, where I would like to get a degree in criminology.
Very nice. And what would you do with that degree in criminology?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I'd like to do something along like the lines of crime scenes and investigating and things like that.
Very good. The science aspect and the forensics.
Yes.
Very good. Well, you'll have to make sure that William keeps us posted and let us know how things are going. And you're always welcome to join our meeting anytime.
Thank you.
Very, very good. Ariana, are you ready for distance learning to be over?
More than ready. I definitely am. I'm hanging in there though. I'm hoping that it's over the next few weeks for sure.
All right. I think we have some things on our agenda. We also know that you have school, so if it starts getting too late, go ahead and log out. But thank you for your wonderful reports. Were there any questions from the boards for our student representatives? And once again, thank you very much for joining our meeting tonight and letting us know what's going on Tokay and Lodi. So very great job. Very nice job. Thank you. Comments from the board. Mr. Porter?
First of all, Mr. Freitas, thank you so much for allowing us to have the board comments move forward so I can hear from my fellow board members what they're doing and what they're involved in within Lodi Unified. My statement tonight really is a recognition. It's of the Grimm family, John and Stephanie. They both teach within the Lodi Unified School District. They have 3 children, Marshall, Olivia, and Alicia. And Alicia just signed her letter of intent to play water polo for Fresno in a D1 program. She's from Lodi High School, and she'll be attending Fresno State on a scholarship. The Grimm family has been a big part of my life. They've been around with me for about 10 to 12 years. And one side note, Marshall, their oldest son, was the guy that scored the winning goal in us beating Davis to win sections when I was coaching at Lodi High School. So congratulations to Alicia, and congratulations to the Grimm family. And they are a big part of the Lodi Unified School District family, with both parents being teachers. And I just wanted to give them a big recognition tonight. Wonderful parents, wonderful family. Thank you.
I remember that team. We recognized them, and that was quite an outstanding accomplishment. And they had quite a coach, didn't they?
Well, it was quite a bunch of young men that I've been coaching since 7th grade all the way through. And Marshall epitomized everything that was right about that team. But tonight it's about Alicia and her signing with Fresno. and the Grimm family. They're wonderful people, and I wish them nothing but peace and happiness as they move forward. So thank you for allowing to move the comments forward. And now I'd like to hear from my fellow board members.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Other comments from the board? Mr. Nava?
I'm just like the student representatives. Let's get back to school. That's the most important thing. God, every news report in all the USA has all the schools in other areas that are open. I understand that the state of Texas is opening completely for everything on Monday. I'm talking about restaurants full tilt, schools full tilt. And, you know, we're a big state and we accommodate a lot of people. So I am so anxious to get back to school. I have 4 grandchildren that are, I mean, they're focused, but my gosh, I think we had to take a couple of them to the doctor because of their necks, you know, and their backs. They're doing it the Zoom. So we got to be really supportive of this. And I know this board feels the same way I do as far as starting the school in person as quickly as possible. Again, the representatives are doing a great job. Great report, Ariana and Sydney. I hope that we could have your prom, Ariana, shortly, maybe in the spring sometime, if we come back. I know that when we go back to, if we're in the purple tier, if we go to the red tier, of course, we have a lot of leeway as a board to present the start of school for all the students in Lodi Unified School District. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure. And Mr. Nava, you always have a very succinct and appropriate way of saying things. Let's get back to school. I appreciate that greatly. Other comments from the board? Mr. Neely.
Thank you, Mr. President. Have you got those pictures? Can you bring those up, please? Okay, just these two right here. This is Lockford. This is their cafeteria area. And these ladies are preparing, and I say ladies because they were all ladies there at the time, were preparing meals to be handed out on a Friday afternoon. And it was unbelievable. There was fresh fruit there. There was everything. I was so proud of Lodi Unified for doing this. And I don't have any problem remembering their names right there because that's Michelle and Kathy. All right. So I got no problem with that. Go ahead and slide another picture, will you? This is a parent. Her name is Erica, and Erica posted a picture of some of the stuff that she had gotten from the school and she's taking home for the weekend. This is fantastic. This is one of the best things that we've done. Another picture, please. Look at this. This is all the fresh fruit that's going out through this district, and that's fantastic. This is just one place. I really wish I had taken a video, but they're all bagged up and sent out. One more, please. And these are some more of the ladies there. I'm sorry, I do have to go for their names real quick. There we have Jamie, Gloria, and Joanna and Colleen. They're all in that area right there. So anyway, that's that. Thank you very much. The next thing is, oh, Leonard's not here. This is yours. All right. Lockford needs to be painted. It's got flaking paint. And they say it can't be painted because there's lead in the paint. Well, that's even more reason it needs to be painted. So we need to get on that, and I want to report back on that when that gets done, because that needs to happen. Final thing I'm going to talk about is getting kids back to school. And I shouldn't even be able to talk about it right now because this is non-agenda items, and this should be on the agenda every time. I want my kids back in school, period. That's all I got to say about that. Thank you very much.
Mr. Daly, just like Mr. Nava, you have a very great way of saying things. And thank you for recognizing those outstanding members of the Lodi family for the great work that they do. Thank you, sir. Sue, Vice President McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Well, at first I'd like to start with a big thank you to Woodbridge Elementary. I had the most fun I've probably had on a Wednesday night in months. I am very competitive when it comes to science, and While my airplane was not the most attractive, it had a lot of speed to it and it flew straight. And I can tell you that I learned more in about an hour and a half than I have ever learned how to fly an airplane. So if any board members would like to have a little challenge, I would love to put my airplane up against anything you can build. It was fabulous for the students. I've smiling faces. Mr. Young and your staff, I can't tell you enough what it meant to see happy students. And to log back onto Zoom for a parent for a activity like that after they've been on Zoom all day, that speaks volumes. There was more than 100 students online when I was there, and I now know what a teacher means when they have to go through screens, because I actually scrolled through and went, my goodness, look at this student. But I really want to thank Woodbridge Elementary for letting me be a part of that. I had a great time, and if you do another one, please call me, because I would like to learn the plane that kind of floats. I have been now Googling and perfecting my game. The other thing I want to call everyone's attention to is don't forget the employees that are working. While some are working from home and our students aren't there is still a school district humming. There are people in the district office, there are nutrition workers, there's M&O workers, there's administrators, there's office staff. While we want everyone back, there is a whole team that has never stopped being on campuses. While everyone's still working, I'm not taking anything away from anyone that's working from home, but let's remember those ones that have braved it since March when we first went off. And I do appreciate each and every person, from the counselors all the way down to the teachers, to the maintenance workers, to anybody that's done anything to keep our school afloat. I too am anxious to get back to school. I want in person, I want everybody on campus. I can't wait, and I think it'll be sooner rather than later. And I have faith that we will have some positive talks this week, and we will all be on the same page. And I look forward to having everyone back in school. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Vice President McFarland. Other comments from the board? Mr. Heberly. Oh, Mr. Knackstead.
I just wanted to throw in my comment also, is that, yes, I want to get our kids back in school as quickly and as safely as possible. We've had vaccination schedules set up for staff, so if everybody wanted a shot, should have been able to get a shot. So let's go. I'm ready.
Thank you, Mr. Knackstead. Mr. Heberly.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. First of all, I just have to say how impressed I am with the student representatives' reports. For me, they're always enjoyable to hear because it keeps us grounded on what really is important, and that is our students and all the people that support our students. And it's just really nice to see that how they're trying to stay together, even though we're separated by, I'll just say what we're separated by. So great job with that. I do appreciate it. Another thing is, I think if you've been driving around, you see the progress of the current grouping of Measure U projects. It is going very well, and I just am very pleased to see progress on those. And also, I'm excited to see the next grouping of Measure U projects starting to come online. There's going to be a lot of discussions and those kinds of things as to what the site needs and so forth. So I'm looking forward to that too. And of course, Measure U couldn't have been possible without the families within our district supporting it. You can see if you in one of those areas, some are right out there in front of you. Some of the projects are much more subtle, but they are still improvements to our school sites. Another thing is I did forget to tell Dr. Washer as she was talking about some of the activities that our students are doing. So she probably doesn't know this. However, last Saturday was the Central California Regional Science Bowl competition. And that is roughly Sacramento to Fresno. And I just want to report that even even though it was virtual competition and it set up a strange series of the way you compete. We finally got through. We practiced and practiced, and we got through all the technology glitches because each student had to have 2 computers on them. And just as an example, so yeah, it was quite something. So that leads me to the results. The Tokay High Science Bowl team came in second place in regional competition, which is phenomenal. They were so excited about coming in second. It was great. So accolades to those also. And you know, Ms. McFarland, thank you for bringing up the employees in our district that constantly are working and active and so forth. You know, a lot of times we just kind of take things for granted. It's like, oh, things are flowing, but they don't flow without human beings. So I do appreciate you bringing them up. I mean, that's great. And with that, thank you, Mr. Freitas. I'm done.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Everly. Thank you, all the board members, for the comments. I also realized that I forgot to recognize that's Officer Ryan LaRue. He is the president of the Lodi Police Officers Association. So thank you, Ryan, for your participation tonight and all the great work that you do. And just briefly, Sydney and Ariana, how are your experiences with the SROs on the campuses?
They're Ariana, you
Go
can
ahead.
go ahead.
No, you can go. It's okay.
Okay. I say we have a great experience with the SROs, and I'd like to point out that I'm grateful for them because I think that a bond between SROs and any form of law enforcement is important to have with the youth, as there's a lot of negativity in the world, and I think a bond like that could do some good.
And you have Officer Nick Weldon over at Lodi High, right? And
Yeah.
Nick is just absolutely one of our favorites. So that's very nice to hear. Thank you, Sydney. Ariana, how's Hetty?
She's actually really amazing. She's very popular at Tokay, which is funny. You wouldn't think that so many students would like attract. But she always has people like students by her or staff members by her. My sister graduated a few years ago, and the SR that was there before, she was really close with him. So she had a great experience too. I think they're really great to have on campus. They're keeping us safe. So I'm very thankful for them.
And I know who you're talking about. That's Officer Raul Trevino, who was absolutely one of my favorites also and did an amazing job there. So anyway, thank you again for your comments tonight. Thank you, board, for all of your comments. And I think it's now time for comments from our public, unless there's any. Oh, Mr. Heavily.
Yeah, let me interject real quick. To our student reps, I think hearing what you have to say about the SROs is amazing. I've worked with them with the every 15 minutes programs and on other things, not this current group because I'm no longer in the fire department, but the previous groups I did work with, and they do amazing work. And I really appreciate the students appreciating the work that they do. So thank you for that. And also I did want to chime in too. You've heard it from other board members. I just have to say it because it's one of my soapboxes too, is we have got to get our kids back to school. And I just hope people know that we will be trying as best we can within the law to get it going. As far as I can see is, you know, when the time is right, we are ready. So let's do it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you again, Mr. Heverly. Any other comments from the board? All right. Moving on to comments from the public. We've set aside a 20-minute time period for the public to address the board on items not listed on the agenda. Each public speaker shall limit his or her comments to 3 minutes for this section and for all sections for tonight's meeting. due to restrictions imposed by the California Brown Act regarding discussing topics that are not on the agenda. Board members may not engage in dialogue about the issues presented tonight. Mrs. Armstrong, do we have anyone who wants to address the board for public comment tonight?
Yes, we have 8. And first up is Brenda De La Torre.
All right. Brenda, you're up.
All right, good evening, board members. Am I able to be heard?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. I come to you tonight asking you to look at the science. The science of reopening schools is now pointing us into the direction that we can safely reopen with a case rate of 7.1 to 14.1. You have asked us to be patient and you have asked us to be kind. Now we have done that. So now we are asking you to take a look at the science and reopen. I do not believe that is too much of a task to ask. My children have amazing teachers who have all went above and beyond this year to try to teach them in a way that they can over Zoom. But it is a great struggle, not only for teachers, but for my children who are struggling socially, mentally, and physically. We are not asking teachers to come back in an unsafe environment. We are simply asking you to look at the science. You say that we have all the PPE we need, the teachers have been offered vaccines, and we are ready to open. I can go on and on about why we should reopen, the science, the numbers, but what you haven't heard is how this has affected my children. I asked them to write something on how it has affected them personally. My son writes, online schooling has been really difficult because of all the work the teachers throw at you. They give you 2 to 3 hours of work a day and don't explain any of it. We have to sit in class all day, and the least they could do is actually write notes with us or try to be more interactive instead of watching a YouTube video. I have missed out on many memorable moments from my freshman year. My daughter also writes, I struggle to get out of my bed each day, not motivated by Zoom or other technique the teachers have tried. These are just 2 out of the 30,000 children that attend your district. 2 stories. You have 30,000 reasons to reopen. Mr. Freitas, you said at today's board meeting, you said per capita, our schools are the safest around and create a safe environment. Yet our children have not stepped on foot onto those campuses in a year. If you truly feel they are that safe, then open them up. I've spoken with several board members at length and discussions of reopening, and many of you stated we need to reopen and we want to reopen. There is a section in the Browns Act that will allow us to do that. Take the action immediate. If you deem this an emergency, we can speak on this agenda item. I urge the board members stand up for what they know is right and vote on this decision. 2/3 vote is needed for an immediate action needed on this item. I urge all the board members in agreement to vote on this and add it to tonight's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Next, Ms. Armstrong.
Next, we have April Nathan.
Hi, April. Welcome to our meeting.
Unfortunately, I don't see April on the list tonight.
Okay, why don't we give it a rest, and if April shows back up, we'll come at her in a little bit. Next, Ms. Armstrong.
Next, we have Tom Mochia.
All right, I just heard someone say I'm muted. Was that April or Tom?
No, I have unmuted. So
Very-
can you guys hear me okay?
Tom, I can hear you great.
Great. Thank you, guys. Thank you,
Welcome to our
Dr.
meeting.
Rosser. Thank you, members of the board. I wanted to address some concerns and some misconceptions that parents have and that were conveyed to me at today's rally at the district to reopen our schools. A lot of the parents that I spoke with are under the impression, because of the way information is disseminated, that we cannot open in the purple tier under health guidance or by government mandate, which is simply not the case. We are choosing not to open in the purple tier because of an agreement between the district and the MOU of the teachers union. There are multiple school districts around us that have opened full time and have students on campus. including Linden. Lincoln will be going back soon. Livermore just announced that K through 12 will be going full time. So when we hear we are ready to open in the red tier, okay, that is a decision that was made and negotiated between the district and the union. It has nothing to do with the science. And to reiterate what I mentioned with my interview with Fox 40 today, and a previous public speaker had mentioned, we have been asked to follow the science for nearly a year. We have been asked to wear masks, social distance, close businesses, and close schools. We have taken Dr. Fauci's word as gospel for almost 365 days. But now we decide that Dr. Fauci's word is not good enough. Dr. Fauci says schools are safe to reopen with proper precautions. The CDC says schools are safe to open with proper precautions. And I find it misleading when we say we're going to be open for a hybrid model. Okay? When parents hear a hybrid model, you know what they believe they're hearing? They believe they're hearing a 60-40 or 50-50 split of students on campus and distance learning, which is not the case right now in the MOU. The MOU and the governor's legislation, okay, is far short of that. So when we talk about the hybrid model, I would like everyone to be specific on the hybrid model. And right now, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, the hybrid model says that students can go back 2 days a week for 3 to 4 hours a day. That is hardly a hybrid in my opinion. So I ask you guys, follow the science, follow what Dr. Fauci says, like we have been for the last year, and renegotiate this MOU that is totally outdated and that was agreed upon back in November when things were much, much different. There is nothing that says that we have to wait until we go into the red tier to reopen schools. And I urge you to renegotiate that and get these kids back, okay? If not just after spring break, okay, before the month of April in sights. So I thank you guys for your time. I'm probably right at my 3 minutes. So, and thank you. I want to thank Chelsea for coming out and speaking with us before the rally today. I appreciate
Very
it.
good. Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much for those comments. Mrs. Armstrong, who's next?
Next, we have Becky Harper.
Hi, Becky. Welcome to our meeting.
Becky, you seem to be self-muted. Oh, there we go.
Hi, Becky.
Becky, we still can't hear you. You seem to be having some issues with your mic. I think we can come back to Becky. She still seems to be having problems with her mic.
Okay, next we have Morgan Cedarholm.
Hi, Morgan.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, I hope you get
Loud
a
and clear.
chance. Okay. I hope you get a chance to talk to Becky. She's a pharmacist, so I know she would be a great value during this discussion. Okay, I'm a parent of a kindergartner at Reese and a second grader at Beckman, both in special day classes. And as many of you know, I could talk about the school closure all day. All day. Sorry about that. But tonight, I'm not sorry. Tonight, I offer you 3 challenges in regards to reopening. Number 1, let's renegotiate the MOU to comply with the current science and public health guidance. The current MOU is based off the July guidance from the state of California, but the state issued a new one in January. Federal, state, and local public health departments now allow for reopening elementary schools when daily cases are below an average of 25 per 100,000 residents, and reopening all schools when the case number is below 14. So you know we're there now. We need to follow the most up-to-date science and open all schools. We can open now with the school safety plans we have in place. There may be some very small concerns people still have, but let's not miss the forest for the trees. We have other responsibilities as a district for which more effort would make a bigger impact. Let's get back to school so we can address those issues. Number 2, let's consider both the coronavirus and the reopening to be social justice issues. We can control the school reopening much easier than we can control the virus. So let's be sensible. Let's make a reasonable plan that's not too restrictive. And let's open in the 7 to 14 range for the average daily case rate, which is most supported by the science and the governor's guidance. This plan should help the most people, including the most vulnerable. Anything below 14 is too restrictive and puts us at risk for violating civil liberties and for doing more harm than good. Let's understand our this is number 3. Let's understand our responsibilities and stop shifting the blame. When you go to a meeting or a negotiating table, the future of the next generation really is in your hands. So please negotiate for these kids and please communicate as much as you can. Many people don't know the new reopening guidance says it's safe to open at 25 or 14. And it feels like the district may have failed to plan ahead in light of this January guidance. And now that we are in a position to reopen, we're scrambling to negotiate again. It's important to be clear about this information so people can make the most informed decisions. Please make do with what you have and the year you've had to prepare and open our schools. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Morgan. Mrs. Armstrong, who's next?
Next, we have Mark Kirsten.
Hi, Mark. Welcome to our meeting.
Unfortunately, I don't see Mark Kirsten in attendance tonight.
Okay, I'm pretty sure Mark's going to want to talk, so why don't we keep an eye out for him? And we can move down the list while we're trying to find him. Mrs. Armstrong?
Next, we have Jessica Gonzalez.
Hi, Jessica. Welcome to our meeting.
I do not see a Jessica Gonzalez on the list tonight.
Okay. If we find him later on, DJ, let us know and we'll be more than happy to step in.
Will do.
Mrs. Armstrong, anybody else?
Yes, last one would be Ginger Nava.
Hi, Ginger. Welcome to our meeting.
Unfortunately, I do not see Ginger tonight as well.
All right. I think we lost Becky. Has Becky reappeared or?
Becky is back in. Let's put her on the line now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Becky. Welcome to our meeting.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, sorry about that mix-up earlier.
Yeah. I'm a parent of 2 Lodi Unified students, a 3rd grader and a 7th grader, and I'm asking you today to open the schools. Distance learning is not working well for many children, and I have heard that acknowledged by board members, teachers, and district representatives at these board meetings. According to the CDC, schools can be opened safely with very little transmission when proper procedures are followed. I have seen a comprehensive safety plan on the district website that would allow Lodi Unified campuses to open safely. I've also reviewed Vinewood Elementary's safety plan, and it is very thorough and detailed. Based on new recommendations from the CDC as of January, it says all elementary schools, junior highs, and high schools can be open in a hybrid model once case counts drop to 14 daily cases. California Department of Public Education states that schools K to 6 can open under a case count of 25 daily cases per 100,000 residents. Currently, our county case count is updated today at 11.6. Remember, this is looking at data from 10 to 17 days ago. Since then, we had dropped even more. According to both CDC and CDPE, Lodi Unified Schools can be open now. Last November, the district and union signed an MOU stating that we would return to school when we exit the purple tier. Fast forward to today. Newer recommendations, as stated earlier, have emerged showing that case counts don't need to be that low to open schools safely. Districts throughout our county, state, country, and around the world have done so successfully, even without vaccines. I am asking that the unions and Lodi Unified come together to change the MOU in order to open up the schools in a safe manner immediately to the fullest extent possible within the current guidelines. I also believe that any adjustments in the MOU should contain a reasonable time frame for restriction easement once a new tier threshold has been met. I ask that you come together in good faith for what is best in the best interest for the students. If this is not done, then I believe the parents and community deserve concrete and evidence-based reasons why. Why does our reopening plan requirements need to remain stricter than the recommendations of the CDC and the state of California? If the safety plan set in place by Lodi Unified has flaws or areas that cannot be met, what are they, and why after this long have those things not been addressed? Students have waited long enough to get back in the classroom, and I am asking that you all do the right thing for them. Follow the science and open our schools.
Very nice, Becky. Thank you very, very much for those comments. All right. Mrs. Armstrong, any other members of the public wish to reach out to us?
No further comments.
Thank you. All right, then we'll move on with our agenda. We're now to consent agenda A, routine business. Does any member of the board wish to pull any of the items of consent agenda A? Mr. Porter, pull A1 and A2. Any other items to be pulled? No response from the board. Ms. Armstrong, does anyone from the public wish to have any items pulled?
No items tonight.
Very good.
Chairman, I move we approve the rest of the routine agenda A.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion. Thank you, Vice President McFarland, for your second. Student vote as to the remainder of consent agenda A. Ariana?
Yes.
Sydney?
Yes.
Very good. Call for the board vote. Mr. Knackstead?
Yes.
Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely? Aye. Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Clerk of the board, Mr. Porter? Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Remainder of consent agenda A carries 7-0. Consent agenda item A1, Mr. Porter?
Yes, could you pull that up, please? And then open up the contracts list. And then I had a question on I believe Mr. Khan, you'll help me on this. On the first part and the second part, part one, how much are we getting charged per hour?
Oh, I don't have that in front of me, Mr. Porter, but it's a scaled fee structure with the main partners earning slightly over 300. I'll check to confirm, but I think it's 325, and then successive tiers of attorneys earning.
You could email me that. That'd be great. Then on item 2, if I read this correctly, I'm down at the last sentence, which collectively comprise the basic. So it's $90,000 for 3 years, correct?
$90,000 per year.
Per year. Okay, that's great. And with an annual maximum increase not to exceed COLA, unrestricted general fund resources. Does that mean they're getting COLA added in as well?
It means the contract will allow them to charge COLA.
and they're getting COLA, but yet we cannot give COLA to our employees?
That would be a board decision, Mr. Porter.
Well, we have a vendor then receiving COLA, but our employees don't receive COLA. How does that
Yep.
look, Mr. Khan?
Board approves this contract. The vendor would receive COLA.
Okay. Do you think that that looks very appropriate?
I'll allow the board to decide that, Mr. Porter.
All right. I'm done, Mr. Freitas.
Mr. Porter, do you have a motion?
I motion that we remove the part where they get COLA, since we are not giving COLA to our own employees. Why would we be giving that to a vendor and not to our employees? And he
Motion.
said, and then he
Motion.
said, so I'm basically saying that on item 1, I'm fine. He's going to give me the hours. Item 2, I would say, no, we do not approve. We change what's asked for. How's that?
Very good. And the motion fails for a second. Is there another motion as to item A1?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Neely, for your motion.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your second. Student vote? Ariana?
Yes.
Sydney?
Yes.
Thank you. Students, Mr. Knackstead?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Mr. Porter?
Nay.
Vice President McFarland?
Yes.
And I vote aye. Item A1, contract list carries 6-1. Mr. Porter, item A2, changes to the adopted budget.
Yeah, if you pull that up, please. It's item 9780. I just have a question for Mr. Khan. 9780, it's at the bottom there. Nine, 780, there it is, reserves. Maybe that's not the one I was talking about. 9780 code. Let me see, I guess I mistaken because it went up from 9780, went up to $11 million. Is that correct? Am I got the right one? Could you scroll back for a second, please? Am I looking at the right one? Building fund. Going back to capital outlay. Oh, I got the wrong number. I'm sorry. It was an item where we changed it up to $9 million. Could you scroll back, please?
On page 6 of 7 is the increase to Fund 22, but that's not, it's a 10,060,000.
Yeah, and it went up to 10. We're going up on that budget. There was an item where we went from 9, I believe, to 11, and maybe I got the wrong code number. And it was a reserve situation.
9780.
Yeah, but where is that?
Went from 9.912 to 11.9.
Yeah, that's the one I wanted. Yeah, there it is. Operational reserves. Yeah, it's 9780 there. I don't know why you have two 9780s.
They're
But it went
different funds. You're looking at Fund 01.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know that. Why, so our operational reserve now has increased almost $3 million. Why is that?
I don't know the exact reason. I can tell you that it increased because expenditures aren't likely to not occur. The typical reason for that would be existing purchase orders that the board has approved have now been closed out, so money falls back into an unassigned position and budget is placed it there for the time being.
So you have $11 million in operational reserve, is that correct?
And I can also get you an explanation of
Yeah, a $3 million increase. Okay, thank you for your information, Mr. Khan. That's very helpful. I'm glad that looks like we're making money. Interesting. Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Porter, for your motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Heberly, for your second. Call for the student votes. Ariana?
Yes.
Very good. Sydney?
Yes.
Thank you for the students for your votes. Mr. Knackstead?
Yes.
Mr. Heberly?
Yes.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava? Clerk of the board, Mr. Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Item A2 passes 7-0. It is 9 o'clock. Why don't we take our evening break of 5 minutes and we'll resume. Students, you're welcome to go to your studies or join us on the other side. So we'll be down for about 5 minutes. Thank you. All right. We are back live and we're moving through our agenda. We're now on other action items. We have OAI1, our second interim financial report. Mr. Khan.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. I'm pleased to introduce Director Andrus to present the board's second interim for the 2021 school year.
Hello. Hi. Could I also do screen share? Can I get that? Thank you. Hi, everyone. So we prepared our second interim budget report for you tonight. We're going to start off with our revenues. These are our second interim revenues. We're at 397 million. The biggest increase here, or the biggest update here, should have been second interim, since first interim actually is the LCFF revenues. We are up 1.7 million, and that is due to an increase in our unduplicated pupils. So that's the majority. And also, if I could tie back to the comment from the changes to adopted budget, that change that you noticed, the majority of that is to the increase in the LCFF revenues for the unduplicated pupils. And we'll cover that in the executive summary as well. And I hope, let me know if you can, oh, yes, sorry.
Ms. Andrus, may I also take the opportunity to thank, of course, the families who filled out our free and reduced applications, but I'd also like to thank Director Andrus, Senior Director Juarez, Director Holbert, Director Rostamelli, and of course, every single one of our principals who did the hardcore press on getting either our free and reduced applications or our alternative income forms completed by the families. From September all the way through December, the board may recall that state allowed us one last opportunity to actually verify income via phone conversations. And this meant principals actually reaching out to families that had refused to sign or file an application on previous attempts, and our principals delivered. We added another 219 families to the unduplicated count. So it was really an amazing effort on everyone's part.
Oh, that's very great. That's a great job. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you.
How are we going to do this? I see we have a PowerPoint. Are we going to follow that today, or?
Are we agreeable to doing that? And then we have an executive summary, and then we have other reports, and then we'll take any questions. Would that be acceptable to all?
Whatever y'all want to do, we're here to serve.
Okay, thank you. And then, so am I doing screen share? Because I have it on my screen. If we can do screen share, that way you can.
Mr. President, members of the board, Dr. Washer, if I may suggest, we can also, since the PowerPoint has been published, we can also just present the executive summary at the board's pleasure.
All right, I'm seeing a lot of nodding heads, Mr. Khan, a lot of thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, so executive summary. It's been quite a year. Has not been a typical, as I'm sure all of you know,
That's
a typical budget year. There you go. So just to kind of recap where we've been and where we are now, and the future is still to be determined. And may revise. At that point in time, our LCFF revenues were down, and we were facing fiscal insolvency, absent any further board action. Then there was a 45-day revise, which implemented no cuts to the LCFF revenues, which was good news. But in lieu of cuts, the state instead elected to defer, the February through June apportionments into the next budget cycle. And most recently, we have the governor's January budget. The 2021 current year COLA remains at 0, and then we did factor COLA into the out years. So we do have a 3.84 COLA for 21-22, as well as a 2.98 in the 22-23 year. And then we have funding. let's see, ESSER new, so there's going to be new CARES funding, ESSER 2, round 2. It's estimated currently at 31 million. That's from the state, the preliminary estimate from the state. We have Gear 2 yet to be determined. And then we have some other funding from the state that you've heard about, the in-person instruction grant, with the current estimates being between 11 and 15, and then there's also an expanded learning time grant. So as we just covered, the biggest update at this time in the current year is the 1.7 million increase in LCFF revenues. We continue to experience, the significant decline in enrollment. We're down 1,200 students during the hold harmless budget years. So when we're really going to really see that fiscal, effect would be in the 22-23 fiscal years. And so here are our unrestricted ending fund projections at 82 million this year, 87 in the 21-22 fiscal year, and then 81 in the 22-23 year. And I wanted to mention which these numbers are inclusive of us projecting a 40 reduction in FTE starting next school year. This includes the COLAs we mentioned above, and then it also it factors in that increase for the unduplicated pupil at 1.7 this year. So that's our projections for second interim.
Let me add, they're the best of all situations are already factored into this second interim budget report. As Director Andrus indicated, a reduction of 40 teacher FTEs in 21-22. That is both via attrition of the equivalent of 25 FTEs, and also a reduction in funded but unfilled budgeted positions that the board keeps on its balance sheet in case there is some type of surge that will allow Mr. McKilligan and personnel to rapidly go out and hire positions. So we're starting to play it very close to the vest in our budgeting. So if there are any questions about the PowerPoint as attached, or anything related to executive summary or the second interim report, we'd be happy to take them.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Khan. Thank you, Director Andrus. Questions from the board? Mr. Neely.
Thank you, sir. Can we talk about what at the end of last year, in the fourth quarter of last year, we had a significant increase due to what I was told was the not spending because the kids weren't in school. So that during that period, we had budgeted for a full school site the whole time, but that didn't happen. So we saved a significant amount of money. And can you remind us how much money that was that we saved?
Off the top of my head, Director Andrus, do you remember?
I apologize, not top of my head. The last quarter.
I think the ending fund balance at unaudited reached, was it 97 million? But as we discussed in SBAC in the previous meeting, and we'll discuss again tomorrow, a portion of these ending fund balances are carryover, which is money that is either restricted and must go to its stated purpose by the funding entity, or it's money that the board has already allocated to a particular endeavor. And as carryover, it must be rebudgeted into the next year. So I think Director Andrus did a good job explaining a very difficult concept to our Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee at the last meeting. And I think there, at least in that group, there's some understanding that even though it appears there are large ending fund balances, some of it is already spoken for.
And I understand that. I've been doing this for a while, so I get that we have to carry forward. Perhaps it's time, though, that we take a look at some of these things that we're carrying forward, and maybe we shouldn't be carrying forward so much. Possibly we should be encouraging our Title I schools to either use it or lose it, so to speak. if they're not going to order early. So maybe there's some things like that that we need to look at here. My first question was leading to the next one is how much do we anticipate that we are going to be, because our budget was set up for full everyone being back in class. That's what we did last June. That's the way it was set. What are we looking at as far as the savings from the kids not being in class over these 3 quarters now? Pretty close to 3 quarters. What are we looking at for that? Anybody?
Oh, I'm just trying to find it on the PowerPoint slide. So Deej, if you can open up the PowerPoint slide and go to, gosh, I don't see the page number, but it's entitled Unrestricted Ending Fund Balance.
Oh, okay.
PowerPoint
Right here.
bottom of the attachments, DJ.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, Adina, you got it.
That's okay. So is this the slide, the unrestricted ending fund balance projections?
The one on the PowerPoint is probably the easiest to see.
Okay.
Can you get the PowerPoint up?
Oh, yeah, I have it up. Am I still doing screen share? I'm not sure if I'm still doing.
You're scrolling.
Leonard, is this not the PowerPoint I have on the screen right now?
Oh, sorry.
It's the very last attachment. I think it's actually saved as a PDF. Yeah, that one. And then scroll down to unrestricted ending fund balance projections. So, Mr. Neely, in order to graphically answer your question, the board will note that under current projections, the board's balances are falling in the first year. With the introduction of the COLA and the extra UPP, we get a bounce, but then we start falling again as the hold harmless protection starts to fall off.
Mr. Scott, is it hold harmless? Does it begin to drop off, or doesn't it just end?
It just ends.
Yeah. So okay. And how confident are you with this projection? According to what you've got up here, it would seem that our revenues haven't gone down, right? The revenues have gone up.
Will increase slightly because of the increased UPP and the increased
COLA.
Gotcha. Okay. So how confident are you that we're actually going to have an ending fund balance below what our beginning fund balance, I mean, the beginning fund balance of this year, how confident are you that the ending fund balance for this year is going to be less?
Well, I'll answer it like this, Mr. Neely. We're preparing a slide for SBAC tomorrow. I think that the ending fund balance will be bigger because I think there's a huge amount of carryover that will remain that almost entirely will be CARES related funding, one-time CARES funding that doesn't have to be spent until September 22 and beyond.
Okay.
I will note that as you start to net out those one-time balances that have been provided by CARES money, and if we adjust for the one-time occurrence of the district just shutting down in the spring of last year, the carryovers are starting to fall from a peak in the 15-16 school year, according to our studies. So whatever the ending fund balance fallout is going into unaudited actuals, I think is going to almost entirely be spoken for by carryover.
Well, that's interesting. Talk to me about this. How big this ending fund balance is going to be this year?
Well, I don't have a projection on that yet, other than what Director Andrus has prepared. In this slide, the question is, it's in essence, how big will the unspent money be? And that I don't have a projection for. But I do believe that it'll likely be big. If there's any more influx in the 2021 school year of cash, per the in-person instruction legislation that's going through, as Dr. Washer mentioned earlier, that's expected to be signed by governor, there will be even more one-time money on the balance sheet. Now, also, I understand the board's implicit question, Mr. Neely. I think we do have a solution that was requested actually by the SBAC committee. We did meet with a company today. We will be presenting. I'm sure you will be in attendance tomorrow, but in essence, as the board investigates these large tranches of money that are all one time in nature, I guess the question is, can we restructure the balance sheet so that it follows and keeps the board within a true gap profile, but still accomplish the needs of the board's community and the board itself? And Director Andrus and I sat in a meeting today with the vendor. I'm pretty optimistic we have at least the ability to present a solution to the board. We will first broach it in SBAC, which 3 members are a member of that committee. So those members will get an actual presentation from the vendor themselves tomorrow. But I'm optimistic.
All right, I'm gonna, Dr. Washer, what is the purpose of the special, the study session next week?
The study session next week is for the LCAP.
And that's it?
Correct.
I believe that we need to do a study session with finances, and I'd like to do it at the same time. I'm not comfortable with ending fund balances this high. All right. I hear about the drop off, and Mr. Khan is absolutely correct. It's coming. But I want to know what it is. I want to know what we expect to lose, where everything falls out, where we're at on this. I'm not comfortable right now. It's the first time in 10 years that I have not been comfortable with our knowing where our finances are. I spent a lot of time on Lodi Unified Fund finances, more so than on my own, apparently. Anyway, I need to understand this better. So I'd like to see that included, and that's up to the rest of the board, of course. But we need to get that outlined. So I'm going to save the rest of my questions until that time, or maybe tomorrow at the meeting. But thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Neely. Other comments from the board? Mr. Everly.
You know, I know that we've had several presentations regarding budget, and it's almost, you get every time you go through it, you kind of get something more out of it. And yeah, it's not just saying, yeah, we've already presented that and then it's over with. And so I think anytime that we look at our budget, and Mr. Neely, I think that's, you know, a fine idea that we go over it some more. I do plan on attending the SBAC meeting tomorrow. However, and I think it's great that we have employee groups represented. Everybody gets to know where we're going, and then they disseminate that information to their people. It's just always a good idea because, you know, the old thing, you know, show me the money. Well, you kind of need to know what you have and how budgets are put together. And, you know, when people look at it or they ask questions, it brings up another section of the budget. You kind of went, oh, I forgot about that. Or I never knew that. And any of that, the understanding is really a great idea. So it's, to me, it's okay to talk about the budget many times. Yeah, I would be willing to either have a different meeting or to join it with the meeting next month, or excuse me, next week. Whatever works. I think that more information is better than less.
Very nice. Thank you, Mr. Everly. Other comments from the board? Yes, Vice President McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. First, I want to thank Leonard and Adina. I always come away feeling less than intelligent when it comes to budgets and money. About the time I think I understand it, you give us yet another curve, which provides me an additional level of knowledge of our budget. And I truly enjoy the SBAC meetings. They have been very enlightening. And I think that's what people need to understand is when you see numbers, that's what they are, is numbers. And until you understand how they fit in intricately with each other, 81 million is just $81 million on a piece of paper until you really understand what comprises that. And it is very intricate. And I do appreciate the time that you take explaining it to us in SBAC. And I wish we had that kind of time in a regular board meeting to enlighten the world that wants to hear it. And I think the information that we get in those meetings and we take them back to our people or we share, and there's many groups that are in that, when we take that information back and share, I just want to, I'm hoping and I'm confident that it's shared in the light in which you're giving it. And I hope that all roads lead to how do we get to COLA and how do we keep our district solvent. And I think that's really the big picture, is we're all trying to figure out how do we give everybody the money that we feel they're deserving of, and they are deserving of it. And so I think it gets tricky at times for us, because when you see ending fund balances and what is the cliff, and is there really a cliff? Does the cliff exist? Is it a cliff with numbers? Most people don't see the intricacy that we see in those SBAC meetings. So I just want to thank you and Adina and actually April too for preparing the information for us. And I think the more people that could have a presence in some of those SBAC meetings, especially on our board, it would open up seeing the numbers in a different light. So thank you.
Thank you, Vice President McFarland. Mr. Porter?
Yes. My concern is kind of a general overall concern, Mr. Khan, is that our employees that, I'll take teachers for example, that have 25 years or more experience and are all the way over on the salary schedule, have lost money consecutively. And if we end up flush with cash at the end of the year, how do we explain that? And that is my biggest concern, because we're not making widgets. We're all about education, and we're all about providing the best education. And the only way we can do that is making sure all our employees, teachers, CSEA, and all that are paid well. And if we end up with a lot of money at the end of this year, after people have been, because of inflation and other factors, rising health cost, have lost money because they're all the way over on the salary schedule, that's a difficult pill to swallow for me as a board member. And I have picked on these issues periodically at different meetings, and people have said that I have been favored towards one group or another, and that's true. 38 years as a teacher, this district has always had huge reserves. And why? They've never had any problems with it being insolvent, and we're not even close to that now. Yes, we are declining students, then we just have less teachers, less employees. It just goes with the flow. But I have concerns. So I'm with Mr. Neely. I'd like to see a brick by brick approach where I know where the money is and where it's going. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you, Mr. Khan, and thank your staff for their work on this endeavor.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Other comments from the board? Ms. Armstrong, comments from the public?
Yes, we have one. Michelle Orgon.
Hi, Michelle.
Good evening, President Freitas, members of the board. First, I would just say, I know that it is already late in the hour, and to go to a one-page executive summary for a lot of people, they, I think, would have liked to have somebody walk through most of these documents so they understand what you're talking about. And now I am the first presentation that Adina was sharing. I believe it showed that there was 0% COLA for 2021. Yet I believe even school services talked about COLA for 2021 being 2.31%, and then rolling 2021 and 21-22 together. So I'd like, I guess if we are looking at doing this for the study session in a week, maybe that will answer lots of questions that are on some of the documents, and maybe that's the best place then to address it. If that is where the board is going, maybe more members can hear and see where those points are. I guess I would ask for President Freitas right now, in this budget, how many teachers is budgeted for FTEs? Because from the looks of the documents that we went through, it was looking at 1,542, I believe, teachers, yet we've never had that many. We haven't been over 1,500. So we're projecting in certain categories overages, so there's always then more going forward, and that ending fund balance goes higher. I believe it was on the state report that it showed we were an ending fund balance of over 1 million, a change from the first interim to the second interim. So I guess I'll reserve questions right now. Is the board's intention to take this next week? Maybe that's a better place for us to get detailed questions asked, if I can ask. Would that come in a motion, Peter? Sorry.
I don't think that bridge has been crossed yet, Michelle. So I don't know if we can give you that answer.
Okay, so I guess then if we can go to the first presentation that Adina put up, where it shows where the COLA was being applied. I believe it was the one Adina had up. I don't know, maybe it was the one CJ had up.
Michelle, was this the one that you were looking for?
I think Adina's mic might be muted. Will you check?
Hi. Yeah, I think it was the executive. I think it was executive summary, DJ, that we had. And I can address the COLA. Thank you, Michelle. That's a great question. And so the way our funding, this is how we built our current year and then our multi-year projections. So we're not getting any of the COLA this year, but you are correct. That 3.84% COLA, it takes the state is doing a look back to this year and saying, well, we could have given you this COLA, but we're not. And then they're giving us a smaller COLA for 21-22, but they're funding it together in 21-22. So that's when we will see the COLA applied on our revenues. Does that help make sense of why we're seeing the 3.84 in the 21-22? Michelle?
Yes, and I was under the impression that it was recommended that it be applied to the 2021.
Oh, okay, no, yeah, so I can clarify that right now. Yeah, we're not getting a COLA this year.
And can you tell me, thank you, Adina. Can you tell me on the FTEs that we have projected for certificated?
Yeah, so I'll give you, do you want me to give you the FTE? So the budget FTE number for the bargaining unit for Leah is the 1554 FTE point something. And that's, yeah, so that's what we have in the budget.
Okay, and so with, you know, declining enrollment and since in my previous 5 years with higher student numbers, we've never been at that number. Why are we projecting that many more FTEs?
I can address that. This is my 4th year, and looking back to, I think all the way back to 14, 15, that's been the standard budget number for teacher FTEs. So, I mean, there's a rationale for it. I don't think I ascribe to it, but I can explain more in SBAC tomorrow. But I'll say simply that Director Andrus has spent 2 years working on regression models for all of these things that will address things like that. But anytime you reduce the number, just as a word of warning, you're starting to tighten the board's belt in terms of flexibility. But again, we'll get into more detail on that tomorrow.
Okay, I guess maybe with SBAC, as maybe it had been done in the past, there's a way to open up that meeting then for other members in the community to see those numbers and hear the same explanations.
I believe the last one we published the link. So I think while only the committee members have the ability to speak and interact, it is widely available.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. I was unaware of that. Thank you for that information.
If you look at the business services webpage, there's an SBAC link.
Oh my God, Leonard, hunting on our website for something? I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. I will send that out. Thank you. That's all for now. Thank you, President Freitas.
Very nice. Thank you, Michelle. All right, Mr. Khan, thank you very much for your presentation, Director Dinas, and all your staff, April, Debbie, Mary, Sophia, Susan, Julie. Should never name names, Mr. Khan, because you always forget somebody. So let me know if I forgot somebody. But anyway, thank you for this second interim report, and thank you for all the hard work that you do. Yes, Mr. Neely.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Neely, for your motion. Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your second.
Second.
Students have checked out, so we do not have student votes. So we'll go ahead with our vote. Mr. Knackstead.
Aye.
Mr. Heberly.
Aye.
Mr. Neely.
Aye.
Mr. Nava. Aye. Clerk of the board,
Aye.
Ms. Porter. Vice President McFarland. And I vote aye. Item OAI1, second interim financial report, carries 7-0. Next on our other action items, we have item OAI2, which is a facility lease between Lodi Unified and Neelis Modular Buildings. Mr. Khan?
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Before the board is the final increment for the Needham Elementary School project. That is the board's MPR with a guaranteed maximum price of almost $5.8 million. The entire building project, the board may recall, was awarded to the Milas modular company. And the site work, which included all the underground and services and building pads, were awarded to the DD company. So we're moving along well. The classroom buildings are, I believe Milas is mobilized. This is the final shoe to drop on that project, and staff recommends board approval, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, I got to tell you, Mr. Khan, I think this is exactly the type of thing that the board imagined when we were out there with Measure U and talking to it about the community. And I think this is exactly what the community was hoping to see. And this is very, very, very exciting to see it come to fruition, especially in this form. So other comments from the board? Mr. Heberly?
Just a quick one. Can you scroll up or down, I should say, to the signatures on this resolution? Okay, never mind. That's all. I have no question.
Mr. Heberly, you have a motion?
Public?
Oh, I'm sorry. Comments from the public, Ms. Armstrong? Hold that
Yes.
thought, Mr. Heberly.
Yes, we have one. Randy Cordovez.
Hi, Randy. Welcome to our meeting.
Hi, do you guys hear me?
You go, Randy.
Do you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, hi. Good evening, President Freitas, school board members, and Dr. Washer. My name is Randy Cordovez, president of Chapter 77. I work in transportation as a school bus driver for the last 15 years. On behalf of the classified employees, their main concern is not getting the COLA for the past year. So I'm hoping you can work with us this year and supporting us on getting a pay raise. Due to COVID, everything in our economy has gone up except for paychecks. We are now in negotiations and we hope that the district and with the board support, we can remedy this financial situation. Thank you for your time tonight.
All right, Randy. Any other comments from the public, Ms. Armstrong? All right, Mr. Heberly, I'll take you up on that motion now.
Motion to approve.
And thank you, Vice President
Second.
McFarland, for your second. Go ahead with the vote. Mr. Kneckstead?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly? Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava? Clerk Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Item OAI2 carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Khan. Item OAI3, Mr. McGregor. This is the elementary education summer learning program that we reported on at our last meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you. And good evening, President Freitas, Dr. Washer, members of the board. Hopefully you've had a chance to review my updated executive summary. I'd like to walk you through the slide presentation to describe tonight's report and field any questions. Again, our goal is to make every effort to create an opportunity for staff to help mitigate some of the academic struggles created over the past year. Tonight's presentation will provide additional information regarding the estimated cost of the program, information on meal service and transportation. Current health conditions would require us to implement a distance learning model at this time. The new information shared this evening presented on meal service and transportation reflects a return to in-person instruction, which kind of answers the questions you all posed in our previous meeting. So if we can take a look at the slides, there's the executive summary. If we can go ahead and move on to the next slide. The student identification is kind of the, we want to know if you are in favor of this program. If so, this is one of the big questions we need to to push forward with. Our teachers at this point are going to need to identify the students they feel are at most risk and will benefit from this program. So the hope is that teachers working with principals can gather those, the list of names. We'll send out invitations to those students, hopefully hear back from them in positive form. If not, we'll have backups that we will invite, and that'll help us get moving with transportation and other needs that need to be put into place. Next slide. Again, the students served, I think we're looking, the best case scenario, 15 students to one teacher with a total of 54 teachers, 54 teachers and 15 students per teacher. The total enrollment of 810. We would so much like to, care for more students than just the 810, but the survey that Dr. Solly did help with, we had just about 57 to 60 teachers that were interested, and the 54 kind of rounds out how we have the program structured. Next slide, please. This slide is one that you saw last week. Again, we'd have 9 teachers per site. We're looking at grade levels 1 through 3 at Reese, Borchard, and Wagner. And then our 4th through 6th graders would be at Lawrence. We switched from Mosier to Mosier from Silva. I'll speak to that in just a bit. And also Claremont would host 4th through 6th grade students for a total of 135 students at each one of those sites. Next slide, please. Again, that's kind of a look at the general breakdown of how the day would unfold. We'd have the kids broken up into 3 different groups. The hope would be that teachers would be excited about teaching one particular subject area, so they could be excited and focus on teaching, like language arts to 3 different groups of students. The same thing with a teacher that has a high level of math, and then a teacher that has a high level of science. We'd have a mini breakfast break, and Nancy Rostamelli, and Mr. Kahneman worked very hard to structure that. We're excited to be able to offer that. The second round would be from 9:30 to 10:45 with the student rotation. Third rotation would be 10:45 to 12, and then a grab and go lunch would be at 12. And again, this would be, with the hope that we're going to in-person instruction. All right, next slide, please. Thank you. You did ask for a kind of a cost analysis, what the cost of the program would be. And as you can see here, with 9 teachers at 6 different sites for a total of 54 teachers, it would be in the neighborhood of $169,506. And 3 administrators to oversee the program working between schools would be $19,440. So the approximate cost for staffing would be $188,946. We would like to budget about $5,000 for materials and supplies at each school site. And below that, we've got
Connections being reestablished. I'm hearing somebody. Hello? I can't hear you. Is your microphone? Very good. Scott?
Yes, can you guys all hear me?
Yeah. All right, Scott.
Shall I continue?
Please. All right.
Oh, okay, thank you. And then below we have the teacher workday, which would be basically 7:30 to 12 for 4.5 hours a day with a half-hour prep built in there. And admin would work from 7 to 1, which I believe is about 6 hours. Thank you. That was some quick reading there I had to do. All right, next slide. All right, meal service. And again, thank you to Leonard and his work with Nancy Rostamelli in helping put this together. What you can see is the proposed summer program meal service schedule for the entire summer program with extended school year for special ed students, Elevate Math. And then in the red there, we have the elementary summer program that is proposed here. And those 6 school sites that would have meal services provided to them: Borchert, Lawrence, Reese, Claremont, Mosier, and Wagner Holt. Next slide. Transportation, Annette Galindo, again, under the guidance of Leonard, has worked very hard. She's anxious to get numbers and locations of those students so she can coordinate transportation for the students. It's likely that we would have, kids would be masked up, of course, if we're able to go back to in-person instruction. But it could be that, we wouldn't be able to socially distance the students as well as possible if we're going to provide transportation to all of the students. The district could possibly have to seek drivers from other districts. And, we can also request, if parents are uncomfortable with transportation, certainly, they would have the option to transport their children to their designated site on their own. And the next slide.
I think you are at the end.
Okay, then that is it. I'm sorry about that. So that's kind of in a nutshell what we put together. Again, we've had conversation with principals. They're anxious to begin to work with teachers to select those students. If this is something you all think is a good opportunity for at least those 800 students. And again, I wish we could serve more, but we're kind of tied to the amount of students we can host with the number of teachers that are interested at this time.
Well, Scott, we thank you for your enthusiasm and all the hard work in this, and it looks like you left no stone unturned. So you have my full support on this. Other comments from the board? Mr. Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Scott, I like your plan. I'm going to support your plan. However, your plan's not big enough. It doesn't service enough kids. We have just gone through almost an entire year of distant learning. We come back, it'll probably be the hybrid at best. And we've got some kids who need a lot of help, especially in our grade schools, understanding the basics of math and that kind of thing. We need to do more. Now, we're going to have to get innovative of how we're going to do that, because if we don't, if our teachers don't want to do it, then we've got to find some way to do something to help these kids. We can't just say, well, we don't have the teachers there, so we can't do it. Like I say, your plan is great. Love it. No problem. But we have to do more. We've got, let's say we've got 27,000 kids here now. 72% of them are on free and reduced lunch. They've gone through an entire 3 quarters of learning from home the best they can, and we have to do something. We've got a ton of one-time money, and we need to find a way to take that one-time money and do something for these kids. Now, I've been talking about this kind of thing for years, and how we need to bring some of our kids back early and give them like a, not, I hate to use the term preschool, but it's before school. How about that? We get them in a couple weeks early, and we start getting them going on reading. We start getting going on math. We start making up the difference. We're going to have a problem here, and we need to do everything we can to get some type of instruction in front of those kids. Best would be with our own teachers. That would be the absolute best. If not that, then we're going to have to find something else. We're going to have to get innovative.
Yeah,
our kids need it.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anyone that disagrees with you. I know we have engaged in conversation with some of the principals who have kind of talked just about exactly what you're saying, possibly a bit of an early start and finding a way to pay teachers, because a lot of these, especially if you're looking at this year's kindergartners, they have not been on a school site before. And, what can we do to get them in familiar with the campus and what it's going to look like being a first grader so that they can hit the ground running a little bit quicker than in a normal school year. So there is conversation about that, as well as, after school interventions and even maybe programs during the breaks to help students that are really experiencing learning loss, have experienced learning loss this year. So what can we do in between quarters next year with the help of working with the parents and hopefully encouraging their children to get involved in that type of thing if they are behind. So there's talk about a number of things, and there's no doubt we want to work with and provide every single opportunity we can. It's also, I know the social emotional health right now is also just a great big concern for not only our students but our teachers too, as it's been a real difficult road over the past 4 quarters. And there's rest and recuperation that needs to take place too, and it's a difficult balance between those two things.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Neely. Other comments from the board? Mr. Dava.
Okay. We got to start somewhere, and we're starting here. I remember talking about elementary summer school. There was no elementary summer school before. This is a first experience here. Now, I understand you, George. You want to get everybody, but if we could get this 810, maybe next year, following year, we have a full-blown summer school for elementary schools. That's my pitch.
I'm
Thank
with
you.
George, and I think Scott said it right, Joe. Mr. Nava, I think the bigger we can make this thing, the better. There's just no way, no other way around that. Vice President McFarland.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. Thank you, Mr. McGregor. That was a wonderful presentation, and I support it 100%. I'm excited to see what you're going to do with it and where you're going to take it. I do agree with George in the essence that I don't think there's enough that we could do. However, I think each site is going to have their own unique problems depending on how their staff reach their children during break, not one size or break, excuse me, during COVID. I don't think one size fits all. I would rather see us maybe tiptoe into what each school needs and take a month and really analyze what each site needs, and then go full steam ahead based on the sites that need it. And we'll probably see some patterns that emerge, but I think this is a great start to it. And I know in the upcoming months, you're going to have more and more presentations for it. And we'll be doing everything we can to help our students. So I appreciate your effort on this. I'm looking forward to see it being a success.
Thank you very much.
Other comments from the board? Mr. Heberly. Mr. Knackstead.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. McGregor, it sounds like a good idea, but one thing I was curious about, you may have said it and I just didn't pick up on it. Do we have enough teachers that are interested in working in this program for the summer program?
Yeah, that was kind of the first step, Mr. Knackstead. Mr. Solly was very proactive, sent out a survey to teachers expressing a survey trying to find out if there was interest based upon their current strain and doing the distance learning over the past 4 years. So that was the response we got, and that's kind of an area. We've got 54 teachers that express interest at this point.
Is that plenty, or do we need more?
No, the 54 allows for the 810 at a 15-to-1 ratio. If there was more interest, we would expand the numbers, but that's the interest we have within the district at this point.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Knackstead. Mr. Porter.
Yeah, I have a real quick answer to George. If you want more teachers and expand this program, because it's what you're saying is 100% true, then we need to pay our employees more to get more employees out during summer to do these things. What we pay them now is not enough. You want to incentivize this, give them more money. We have a lot of one-time money available. We could expand this program easily by telling teachers, custodial staff, nutrition, we're going to pay you more money given the one-time funds that we have. I can see that number easily going up with the number of teachers that you have. So pay them more.
Very nice. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Comments from the public, Mrs. Armstrong?
Yes, we have one, and it's Michelle Orgon.
Hi, Michelle.
Thank you, President Freitas. So if I can go back through President Freitas to Mr. McGregor, if I remember correctly, on the previous report, you showed the teachers that said that they would come back live in person and those that would do distance learning, that in the survey there was a breakdown of the two. Is that correct?
That is correct. A number of those teachers were the same. Mr. Solly might have those numbers more readily accessible than I do, but in remembering my conversations with him, I think there was a few more teachers that responded to the distance learning format. Some, a little bit less, responded to in-person instruction, but the vast majority in both groups were teachers that overlapped between both teaching areas, if that makes sense, Michelle.
Okay, thank you. And as we have seen a change in our area of COVID and numbers coming down, and as we look at changing dynamics, you know, I agree completely with Mr. Porter that maybe more money for teachers to come after they've been working virtually all year, all plus hours during the day, to get them so that we can have more of these readily available at more sites. That might be a way. It also might be in order to ask again after we know when we're coming back. And of course, you know, I think, you know, the schools that you have picked and talked about teachers moving, staying, the children are moving, but the teachers are teaching the same curriculum. So one teacher would teach the, say, 3 classes of science. So I just am concerned about switching cohorts, if you will, because that's kind of how I see it, and then giving more an opportunity to learn and kind of look at it as a full day break, as Mr. Neely said, not a preschool, but a preschool kind of event for those that haven't been at school. That might be a way for them to come back to school, especially those that have not been on a campus yet. So maybe we can ask again to do that. And I think the last one was on, now let me, if you can go to the last slide, I think it showed the, oops, nope, you just scrolled past. Before that, thank you, DJ. Where it says the dates there at the top, and then we have the ESY, Elevate, Math. So if our students are in Elevate Math, they would not, is that just the 7th and 8th graders in Elevate Math, or the elementary that are in Elevate Math?
I believe that's all grade spans. Dr. Solly could probably answer that better than I can, but I'm pretty sure it's all grade spans that that program is available to.
Okay, so then those that are in Elevate Math would not be doing the other summer school. So it would be additional teachers?
Yes, those are specific to the Elevate program, the ones hired for that program.
Okay, so in your count of the numbers, was it only addressing the elementary summer school?
Correct.
Or was it all? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Very good. Thank you, Michelle. No other comments from the public. What is the wishes of the board? Thank you, Mr. Porter, for your motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice President McFarland, for your second. Sometimes it doesn't. How about now? Okay. Sometimes it doesn't seem to unmute me if I use my space bar to mute, as opposed to trying to zigzag my there. So anyway, technology has been a tad trying tonight, Dr. Washer. And I know we do a lot, but anyhow. Very good. Okay, go ahead with the vote. Mr. Knackstead?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Clerk of the board, Mr. Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
I vote aye. Item OAI 3 passes 7-0. Item OAI 4, Resolution 2021-18, Learning Communities for School Success Program. Mr. Warren, welcome.
Thank you. President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Back in 2016, 2017, the district applied for and received the Learning Communities for School Success Program grant. And they were awarded that, and that provided us with $1,700,000 for a 3-year period. During that time frame, that money was used for the community liaisons, and those community liaisons provide support to students and parents for kids that were having behavior, attendance, academics, helping to connect those kids to resources, and these were focused primarily in the North Stockton area. When the grant award sunsetted last year, the district reapplied but did not receive funding. So we have an opportunity now to reapply again for the LCSSP grant to fund community liaison supervisor, community liaisons, and some additional training and other supports for the community. If the application is funded, and if we are awarded, the district would enter into an agreement with the California Department of Education and would need to provide at least a 20% match in each year of the grant award period. And the application is due on March 26, 2021. So it's recommended that the board adopt resolution 2021-18 so that we can move forward and apply for this if the board chooses.
Mr. Warren, I remember when we applied for this in the 2016, 2017, and how excited we were about getting it, and really appreciate you working on this and reapplying for this, and let's go out there and let's get it this time. So thank you very much. Comments from the board?
Chairman, I move we approve this.
Second. All right. Any other comments from the board? Thank you, Mr. Nava, for your motion. Thank you, Ms. Vice President McFarland, for your second. Comments from the public?
Yes, I do have one. Michelle Orgon.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, President Freitas. Can you just let me know, did we have this going on last year, and was it paid out of our general fund? Didn't we keep it going? And if so, how did we fund it? Was it OCAP?
Mr. Freitas, members of the board, yes, we did keep it going to a certain extent. We did not fill vacant positions. So as the positions became open, we did not fill them, which did reduce the services, but we did do our best to keep some services in place. And yes, it was funded through other sources. I believe it was through the supplemental concentration portion of the LCAP,
That
if
is
I'm
correct.
mistaken.
That's correct, Dr.
Thank,
Washington.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. I thought it was LCAP and didn't realize didn't remember it was a grant before. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Michelle. Any other comments from the board? And then I'll go. Yes, Mr. Heberly.
Briefly, Mr. Warren, I've heard just anecdotally that this was a really good program with the community liaisons and so forth. Are there any kind of statistics that we need to keep in order to get the grant money, continue to get the grant money on its success rate and how it's actually helping? Is there anything like that?
I wasn't directly involved with it. Enrique Avalos was involved with it the previous grant cycle, but I do know that they were collecting data on it, and that was used in the second go around. So our hope is that we'll be able to competitively apply for it again this round. But I do know that there was data collected on it.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Heberly? All right. Is the board ready to vote? Okay. Mr. Knackstead.
Aye.
Mr. Heberly.
Aye.
Mr. Neely.
Aye.
Mr. Nava.
Aye.
Clerk Porter.
Aye.
Vice President McFarland.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Item OAI4 carries 7-0. Item OAI5, Resolution 2021, furniture, fixtures, and equipment for future building deliveries. Mr. Khan.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. Deej, if I could get the top document, executive summary. So the board may recall, I think for several years now, it's been carrying $1 million in its Fund 40 for FF&E, which is furniture, fixtures, and equipment. The board may recall there is no voter-approved bond money that would be usable to purchase furniture. As we approach the delivery of the three big projects, we're projecting the board's Tokay classroom sometime in August, possibly September. The Lodi High classrooms in December, and then there is no construction schedule yet on the Needham classroom buildings, but we've got February penciled in for those buildings. It is time to consider if the board wishes to purchase furniture for those classrooms. And the executive summary has outlined a method. We are referring to it as an RFP, but it is not an exception to bidding process. It's more of a proposal for vendors to explain how they are going to procure, or how the district would procure furniture through their piggyback contracts, and also to present to a board or to a district committee made up of 3 teachers, 1 custodian, 1 administrator, 2 board members, the LEA president, and the LESDA president. The F&P planning analyst would actually run the or oversee the committee, although the planning analyst would not have a vote on the committee, and the purchasing director would also participate, not as a voting member, but to advise the committee on bid laws and regulations. So I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Khan, for your presentation. Comments from the board? All right.
A question here. What's the amount actually being asked for here?
Well, there's no amount that will occur through the RFP, and then Those will be basically proposals to the board that will be done on a legally competitive basis. And the board can either award at that time, or the board can throw out all bids.
So you're just asking approval to move forward, is that it?
We're asking approval of the RFP that's attached to this document. Yes, sir.
Okay.
To move.
And that's it?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. We put up $3 amounts. I don't know which one it'll be. I've heard all three. It's hard for me to believe that one student workstation is going to cost us $500, but that number's out there. I will comment that we heard the same thing about building construction costs, and so far we haven't experienced it. I firmly believe if we create the right competitive atmosphere, we'll get a good price.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Porter. I have a second from Mr. Heverly. I have a second from Mr. Neely. And comments from the public, Ms. Armstrong?
No comments.
All right, then we'll go ahead and proceed with the vote. Mr. Knackstead?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly?
Aye.
Mr. Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Clerk Porter?
Aye.
Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
I vote aye. Item OAI5 passes 7-0. Item OAI6, California School Board Association Self-Evaluation Workshop. Dr. Washer, I believe that is scheduled for, interesting enough, April Fool's Day. So, all right. Comments from the board? Yes, Mr. Neely.
Thank you, Mr. Everly. I'm not a fan of us doing this at this time. I think something like this ought to be put off. If it really is a Brown Act that we're interested in, we can get training online for that. We've got too much going on right now. We need to get our kids back in school. We need to finalize deals with our employee groups. This is not the time to be looking at things. So I am completely against this. Thank you.
You know, I recognize those comments. Go ahead, Mr. Knackstead.
Well, Mr. Neely actually jumped on my my parade. I'm really not for it either. I don't feel like spending district money on a board workshop when we're not giving raises and all that. So I'm going to vote against it, I think.
You know, I think just because you're in the World Series doesn't mean that the baseball team stops doing calisthenics and exercise. And yeah, we are in quite a battle, but it is very important that this board be at its absolute best. And if this provides a fine tuning that helps this board carry out its business and serve its stakeholders, then I think it is important. So I do appreciate both of your comments. Other comments from the board? Yes, Mr. Heberly.
Thank you, Mr. Freitas. I too concur with my other two board members that spoke. I think that the timing is poor on this, and I would like this delayed. So if it comes forward tonight, I will be voting no. But if it wants to come up again after a few months, that would be fine, but not now.
Other comments from the board? Mr. Porter.
Yeah, I've been, oops, here we go. Yeah, I've been the one that's kind of pushing for a board review. Anytime you think you're doing everything correctly, you're obviously not doing it correctly. I really think this board needs a review. I think we need to create dialogue and channels for ways to problem solve. I think we spend too much time at our board meetings on business, not enough on student learning. I think we could look at our entire agenda, our governance calendar. There are so many areas for us to look at to be more effective. And just taking that training that I took to get my master's in governance from CSBA, everything points to agendas that are set up 60 to 70% on student learning, 30% on business, and we are nowhere near that. I think we have many areas that we need to improve on as a group because we're here to serve the children. And I am in favor of any type of review we have. If this is not in your favor, fine, but I believe that we do need to have some self-reflection. If you don't reflect, you're not getting better.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Other comments from the board? Mr. Porter, do you have a motion?
Motion to approve?
We have a motion for Mr. Porter. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice President McFarland, for your second. Go ahead and call for the vote. Mr.
I
Knax?
do,
I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry, Mr. Freitas, I do have public comments.
Public comment, please.
Michelle Orgon.
Hi, Michelle.
No comments at this time. They've been answered. Thank you.
Very good. All right. And thank you, Ms. Armstrong, for reminding me of the public comments. We'll go ahead and call with the vote. Mr. Knackstead
No.
and Mr. Heberly and Mr. Neely,
No.
Mr. Nava,
No.
Mr. Porter,
Yes. Aye.
Vice President McFarland,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Motion fails 4-3 for item OAI6. Personnel matters. Mr. McKilligan?
Mr. Porter, routine personnel matters are presented for your consideration.
Mr. Chairman, I move we approve personnel matters.
Second. I've lost all communication.
We have a motion by Mr. Nava. We have a second by Vice President McFarland, and we have some public comment.
Yes, we have one. Andrea Mocha.
Hi, Andrea. Welcome to our meeting.
I'm not seeing that name in the list of attendees tonight.
Mr. Armstrong, is it a different name or something else?
No, that is the name. And that is the only comment.
All right. Well, if we find Andrea later, will you go ahead and let us know, and we'll be able to squeeze her in. Is that okay, DJ?
Will do.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Call for the vote. Mr. Knackstead?
Aye.
Mr. Heberly? Mr.
Aye.
Neely?
Aye.
Mr. Nava?
Aye.
Clerk Porter? Vice President McFarland?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Personnel matters carries 7-0. It is 10:30 at night. We probably still have quite a bit to go. Dr. Washer, of the reports, is any of these time sensitive, and can one be heard at a later time?
Thank you, Mr. Freitas, members of the board. If staff wants to chime in, that's fine. I believe the first one can wait. The second one would be somewhat time sensitive and would also require, if the board is interested, 2 meetings, a report, and then back for action. Paul and Jeff want to chime in. Can your reports be tabled?
The Turner expansion can be tabled.
Thank you. Is that the wishes of the board? Any objection? Okay, no objections to that, as to that. So we thank you, Mr. Warren. We will bring back the Turner expansion at another date. Graduation requirements.
Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. It is possible to table this report. However, trying to be more proactive. Last year, we had a tyranny of the urgent when these issues came up, and we're getting reports from sites, and our assessment department is doing a really thorough job that presented some preliminary data that we're digging into, and so we just want to keep board aware. And, it could be tabled. I could also present it in a somewhat quick fashion because while it is meaty, it isn't something that needs to be resolved tonight. And it can be something we bring back in the future as well.
I think it'd be my preference that we would go with the less meaty presentation, but
Do
go
we need
tonight.
do we need a report tonight on this? I mean, why don't we just bring it back as an action item? Yeah. I'm just saying, we bring it back as an action item, period.
We can't.
Certainly can't do that, Mr. Neely. Members of the board, that's totally up to you. We can bring it back as simply an action item. You don't always have to take action on an action item, so you can always ask for more information at that time.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Connexa.
I'm very confident Mr. Palmquist can give us an executive summary in 3 minutes or less, and then we can come back with an action item next time.
And I think that's very astute of you, Mr. Knackstead, because if we do that, then I think also what will happen is we may be able to direct some questions as to Mr. Palmquist, and he could have those answered at the action items so that we can move a little bit more efficiently. So, Mr. Palmquist, you have 3 minutes.
I can do it. I can do it in two.
I'm just kidding.
Well, somebody sets it.
Take as long as you like.
Well, somebody sets it.
You don't go past 3 minutes.
Oh, okay, you got it. Thank you, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer. To note, I don't think we'll be able to get to this in under 3 minutes, but we do have the principals from the comprehensive high schools and Uwe Dahlman from assessment, our assessment department. But really what we want to do is make sure that the board continues to be aware of some of the struggles that we're hearing from our students, some of the struggles with their grades, and the sites carefully monitor students who are on track. And we have a number of students, but it's about 4 or 5% less than last year who have more than 200 credits, which is fantastic. But we have a higher number of students who are right on that cusp, who have no margin for error. 11% of our seniors can make no mistakes, and then we have some other some other cut points that we pay attention to. Our sites carefully monitor that, and those students are really on the cusp. We pour a lot of time and energy in, but this is the time of year where that push is extra important, and obviously we have some challenges with that. Last year, the board took action, and our graduation rate really fell right in line with 2019 and 2018. It actually fell in between there. So we took that as some evidence that the board took last year really met the challenge that we were facing, because we didn't see this exorbitant graduation rate, but we also didn't see a very low one that I know we were all concerned about. So because staff is reporting these concerns, because we are looking at a lot of really wonderful preliminary data thanks to our assessment department, we just want to make sure that you're all aware, want to make sure we get your feedback and direction as we continue to have these conversations. And we are happy to bring back action items and options for the board to consider with some very thorough data from our department. And with that, I yield.
Well, thank you, Mr. Palmquist. And I think the bottom line, once again, comes around to, through no fault of their own, students were not able to attend the last quarter of last year. And these students were also affected, and that obviously affected their ability to obtain units and the units that they would need for graduation. And it wasn't their fault that we weren't able to provide those units, and made it voluntary. And we're still seeing the repercussions of that, the ripples from that. So I'm going to support this, and it appears to make a lot of sense, and also work within the framework of our students and those that are out there trying and need that diploma. So I know you have some, our 4 comprehensive principals are online. If any of them needed to chime in, that's fine. Or sounds like we're going to be talking about this more in the future. We could also have some questions from the board if there's any comments from the board. Mr. Everly?
All I wanted to make a comment, excuse me, was that I'd like to see what we did for the 2020 graduates to extend that to the 2021 graduates. I think.
Very good.
Question. Can I ask why something as important as this is buried so deep in the agenda? It comes up at 10:30 at night. And we're talking about kids graduating.
We could, and why don't we have a private
just-
conversation of that? I'll tell you why it does. It is a very important issue, but it also is report items, and we do action items before we do report items. So this is the first report item that we got to, and we got through our agenda. So you're welcome. So other comments from the board? All right, Mr. Palmquist, I think you have your marching orders.
Thank you.
Did you need a polling or informal direction, or as to Mr. Palmquist is offering 3 options. So did we want direction? Give direction in that?
Mr. Freitas, I heard a couple board members indicate they liked what was done last year and would like to see something like that again. If you have other things you want us to look at, or you like anything else that's presented, we certainly can bring that back also. We could bring you options and you can look at options next time.
Yeah, it's going to come back as an action
It's going to
item.
come back.
This is just a report item, a teaser. It's an appetizer of preview of coming attractions.
And as a reminder,
We also have public comments
public
on
comment.
on this matter. So, Ms. Armstrong, any public comments?
No public comments.
You need to drum up at least one public comment, Ms. Armstrong, after we, all right. Okay, Mr. Palmquist, thank you very much for this, and thank you for our comprehensive teachers, for principals and administrators for staying up late with us tonight.
Thank you.
Moving on with the agenda, we have our comments from employee group representatives. Ms. Armstrong, who wants to go first tonight?
First up is Michelle Orgon.
Hi, Michelle.
Thank you, Michelle. Good evening, President Freitas, members of the board, Dr. Washer, fellow teachers and community. As just a thank you, and we heard from some of our Lodi High student representative. This week, as you know, is Read Across America, and we celebrate reading this week across the district in a variety of different forms. I hope that you've seen great examples being done. I know many of you in the past have participated in celebrating this week in classrooms in the past, but I wanted to give a shout out to Beth Osterman and Jackie Shin, Lodi High staff and the Interact Club members for the awesome job they did putting together a presentation that teachers and students across the district could access and hear students and staff read to them. There was art lessons, great ways to celebrate reading and interacting with young students. So thank you, Lodi High, and thank you to the staff that worked on that. I believe there were 2 other people that worked on the technology of that, so thank you very much. I wanted to let you know that we have sent out our LEA student scholarship applications to all the high schools to be distributed out to students that are interested in becoming a teacher. So we look forward to awarding scholarships to some of our seniors who want to go into teaching. Today was, this week, I should say, has been a week of seeing priorities discussed and talked about by our teachers, by students, by families, by our school staff. I think the plan that was announced by the state gets us one step closer to rejoining our students for in-person teaching and learning. And we do appreciate and recognize that what we saw in January and what the legislature and governor did today clears some concerns. We believe that this multi-tiered safety measures that teachers have been calling for is important, and glad that it is there, and glad that we're looking at the rates of transmission, and appreciate all the community members working on mitigating the COVID spread. It makes everyone feel better that we're coming back, and hopefully with less transmission. We appreciate the safety meetings that have been taking place and reviewing over what we have, what we need to put in place, the development and instituting of the symptom checker as an app and logging online instead of a paper copy. This is where I think trust is key, and especially during these times when there is a heightened sense of stress, frustration, and anxiety. And we hope that we can come to an agreement that calls for transparency by all and accountability. And we hope that, we move forward to responding to learning and working with our students towards resilience, and looking to make sure that they come on site safely, and that all staff and students have an education where we are being thorough and not bouncing back and forth in and out. So thank you for the implementation and development of testing and tracing, and working on improving the ventilation in classrooms. We know that there are some classrooms that will need more help with this as we go forward. We would ask that the district stop the site surveys until we have assurances that those site surveys are completely anonymous by people filling them out. There has been some concern with that. We also want to see a reduction of waste, and believe that sites should have more say in the ordering process of the things coming to their sites. We have many complaints that a kindergartner, for example, does not need a binder. So to order a class set of binders for kindergartners, let's check with the teachers and the site as to what's necessary, so that we are making sure that our ordering is applicable and that it's not one size fits all and then we have waste. We also ask the board to look into and give direction. We just can't believe that this splitting up of RSP positions basically into making them combo sites, taking a one FTE and making it an itinerant position is not what is best for students. Having 2.5 at a school site to serve our RSP students, which are some of our students that we initially recognize as those with need, just does not make sense for what is best for our students and our school sites. Those of you on this board that are teachers can recognize how challenging it is to set up IEPs, ISTs, SSTs at school campuses. Now you have 2.5 teachers, and sometimes you'll have 2 FTEs, but 3 teachers filling that position to try to coordinate all of those calendars. We see now that it is even more complicated to manage special education and to have students under this not consistent teachers at their school site just does not make sense to us. And we ask that you would look into this to make sure that we do what's best for our students. We think a learning hub model, as we all are presuming that the testing will go up once we return. So why not set up learning hubs at sites until their caseloads increase? And another way to spend that CARES money to mitigate any students with that have fallen behind or need to catch up and need one-on-one special help. Who better than a special ed teacher that is done this way? So we hope that you look into this. We do not think that this is what, we know that you don't agree with combo classes, and essentially this is making them itinerant. So not just being one FTE at a school site, you've now got them traveling across the district and having to plan between 2 schools and 2 school schedules. It just doesn't make sense. Thank you for your time tonight, and appreciate you looking into that. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you, Michelle. You have a nice rest of your evening. Ms. Armstrong, we have some other employee groups tonight.
Next, we have Randy Cordovez.
Hi, Randy.
I no longer see Randy's name on the list.
I think Randy kind of jumped the gun. If I recall, I think he was on one of the other items. So, but anyway, welcome Randy to the meeting, and we look forward to working with you in the future. Ms. Armstrong, do we have any other groups?
No further comments.
Very nice. Okay, thank you. Dr. Washer, do we have further comments from the superintendent?
No further comments. Thank you.
Very nice. Board advisory group committees, any reports? All right, seeing none, we are adjourned. Have a nice evening, everyone. Thank you.